everybody. Good morning. Super duper. Did you all have a good time last night? How many of you all had a good time last night? How many of you all had an amazing time last night? Oh my gosh, I've been hearing a lot about how happy everybody was yesterday, and I'm so happy for you because you all had an evening that was really well deserved to have fun, right? So I hope you all are charged up for today, yes? Okay, I need some more energy in this room. People, are we charged up for today? Everybody, come on, get up. Let's start with some energy. Come on, come on, come on. I'm not going to spare you all today either. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Yes, if you don't get up, I'll have to pull you up. Okay, super. All right. Everybody, I want you to again do the boogie woogie. So let's do this. You know what that's like, right? Yes. Everybody, ooh, the boogie woogie. Again. Ooh, the boogie woogie. One last time. Ooh, the boogie woogie. And I want you to say, I'm happy to be here. Come on. Happy to be here. Yes? I'm excited to be here. And I love my life. Smile, huh? Thoda sa. It shows. All right, everybody. Welcome, welcome, welcome. I'm so happy to see all of you. I'm going to switch mics now. Okay, so 2 days done. So can we just clap for ourselves? 2 days, people. Wow. Time has really flown, right? And today, of course, is the final day. So welcome to day 3 of Bob World Digital Conclave 2022. I'm going to make you keep clapping. So as you all know, I'm Christine Zedek, and I have a feeling you guys know me more than I know me by now, right? Okay, but of course, this isn't about me. This is about the historic conclave that is now entering its final stretch. The preceding 2 days have been very, very eventful. We worked our way through a slew of speaker sessions, both here and at Bethel Hall. Absorbed some vibrant panel discussions, were ringside to a few exciting product launches. And then, well, as we know, when the evening settled in, our part of the world pulled out all the stops for a splendid award ceremony and a memorable gala dinner, complete with a live band in attendance. That was fun, right? They were good, right? Yes, okay. I really thought so too. Whoever said business is boring definitely wasn't invited to this conclave, that's for sure. And before I go ahead, and as we launch out with this morning's speaker sessions, I'd just like to remind you that anybody who needs to be at Bethel Hall, you may go so now, because the session is on use cases of account aggregator in BFSI by Mr. Vamsi Madhav. So in case you're not aware, you can go there and be a part of that session. All right, now here at the Grand Ballroom, the spotlight falls next on a very accomplished lady. Indeed, Miss Praveena Rai is as accomplished and erudite as they come. Chief Operating Officer at NPCI, she runs the business and delivery of this pivotal organization within the retail payments and settlements ecosystem. Ms. Rai Shaw has been around some. A hefty professional experience of over 2 decades, she has built formidable expertise across various facets of banking, transaction, retail, cards, wholesale, and commercial. Significantly, a bulk of those years spent with heavyweight brands such as Kotak Mahindra Bank and HSBC. At NPCI, Ms. Rai helms various critical senior roles in line with the entity's overall strategic objectives that revolve around customer experience with the aim of accelerating India's digitalization. That's why she's the chosen one to deliver this conclave's dissertation on innovation in digital payments. Ladies and gentlemen, please extend the accomplished lady your warmest welcome. Good morning, ma'am. Welcome. So good to have you here. Please keep clapping till she reaches the stage. We need a warm welcome.
Thank you. Am I audible? Good morning, everybody. That's awesome. Not audible? Can somebody help with this? Okay, great. It just got switched on. And maybe you can switch these off so we don't have echo. So great to have everybody here. And you had 2 days of listening to a lot of heavy stuff. I was hearing about some of those updates from your colleagues here. And it looks like I missed a lot of good information. But I hear that we have all the movers and shakers of Bank of Baroda in this room, right? No? Yes, yeah, come on, okay. So that's awesome, and you guys are doing a great job when it comes to digital payments. So before I start giving you some information, something interesting, something that you may find boring, whatever it is, a big hand of applause to the great work by Bank of Baroda and the team here. And a big thank you from NPCI, right? So because we just offer the roadways, right, just the rails, and the real work is done by all of you. Thanks to you, digital payments is doing really well in India, and India is one of the brightest stars in this space across the world. So I've organized my session in 2 parts. In the first part, we'll talk a little bit about the consumer we are serving, and in the second part, we will talk a little bit about the business and some of the more serious product stuff. So these are really the consumers we are serving. I'm sure you meet them every single day, walking in and out of your branches, various interaction forums. What's the problem we are solving for when it comes to India? We are solving for a lot of complexity. We are solving for multiple languages. We are solving for a literacy rate which is nowhere where it ought to be for a country with our growth, size, scale, and opportunity. We are looking at explosive urbanization, which means a large migrant population, which is starting to earn, but still needs to fend for their needs back home. We're looking at disparity in wealth, income, and disparity in opportunities. So we need to be able to offer a level playing field for everybody to deliver to their potential. While these are the challenges we are solving for, the big opportunity is the telecom infrastructure, the explosion of data infrastructure in the country, and certainly the penetration of phones, whether it is smartphones or regular phones. Everybody is equipped with something that they are using every day. And that's the opportunity. So I want to just talk about 3 personae here. Outline Ms. Shah, who's an entrepreneur, a postgraduate, probably living in a metro, and she's a voracious user of UPI. So she's savvy, she understands a smartphone, she's able to make all her payments, probably in the lockdown, didn't have to think twice about all the essentials that got delivered to her. But the challenge is to take this experience to the entire rest of the population. And the means to do that is to move beyond what is required for someone who can very comfortably read and very comfortably operate in English, or for that matter, in any language. So things like voice-based services, things like feature phone-based services are so essential to take this great experience of UPI to everybody else. And then we have a Mr. Bhala. So he's in a tier 1 town, runs a small business, and he started accepting digital payments. He's very happy because he does not have to handle as much of cash. The cost of running his business have come down, and for him, RuPay is a big boon. So this is really representing the aspiring youth of the country, whether it's on the merchant side or the user side. The needs here are growing by the day. And while we all think, there'll be a day when we need nothing but the mobile phone, and perhaps the day will come, but that day is not today, and perhaps that day is not tomorrow either. So we are going to have to deal with multiple form factors, give users the choice, and the card's not going away in a hurry. So RuPay is there on the agenda, serving this population across the length and breadth of the country. And very happy to inform all of you that in terms of the building blocks of the card network, which is India's own card network, all the boxes are ticked. So the card covers the length and breadth of the country in terms of acceptance, international acceptance through partnership with partners like Discover and JCB, as well as being present in all the spaces, right from the Jan Dhan financial inclusion space to the mass segment, the mass affluent, as well as the premium segment. And this is very important because RuPay was being seen as a card which is really for the not so affluent. And it's important for true inclusion to happen that RuPay is for everybody. And including everybody in this room should be carrying a card which is RuPay. And we have to make it more meaningful and answer the question why. Why should I be carrying a RuPay card? So the propositions around debit, credit, prepaid, I think all of those are playing, and I'm sure that we'll have more to share in the time to come. And we have Kishan Rao ji. So he's a farmer. Every day he needs to have a transaction, whether he needs to withdraw cash or he needs to make a payment or he needs to take care of some expenses. He loses a whole day's productivity. Unless he has a branch that is close to him or perhaps access to a banking correspondent or a bank mitra. And here again, the banks are making a massive difference to the life of people like Kishan Rao. And here I really am so excited about the DBU policy that we have just seen come out from RBI, because this has really shown us that the assisted model is a great way to provide this opportunity to people who are not so savvy to get into self-serve mode immediately, and gives them a stepping stone towards experiencing and towards enjoying the same experiences and benefits as a more aware and a more sophisticated user. So that's really the beauty of this. This product, AEPS, has really shown us that the assisted model works. And now I think it's for everyone to start experimenting with the assisted model and taking it into different spaces. And these are examples of how in various calamities, et cetera, the product has been very, very useful. And if I were to look at merchants and consumers across the spectrum, so we spoke of consumers all the way from simple users to very sophisticated users, and similarly you have the merchants who go all the way from your informal, small dukan, all the way to the large format retail and highly sophisticated e-commerce players. And the twain needs to meet, and that's really when the entire full opportunity space and spectrum opens up. And we spoke about what's in it for the user till now, what's in it for the customer, which brings me to what's in it for the bank, what's in it for ecosystem players. And for NPCI, ecosystem is number one, I would say number 1, 2, 3, and 4, but actually, just to ensure that we're covering everybody, is the banks. Because this is the banks are the crux of the entire regulated ecosystem for the country. And on the back of the services that the banks offer, you have various delivery partners, apps, and of course the regulatory and industry bodies like the IBA. Now, payments is a great way for the user to engage and interact with the bank day in and day out. And ultimately, that engagement leads to a high level of loyalty. That engagement leads to a relationship getting created. And of course, all of you are very smart, so you know that once you have a relationship, the boundaries of the relationship keep getting expanded. You have the liability side, you have the asset side, You have the whole cross-sell proposition, but at the core of all of that is the payment relationship with the user. If you have the payment relationship, you have the opportunity for that entire opportunity of the relationship revenue. If you don't have that payment relationship, you only have transactional revenue opportunity. You might be able to give one home loan here, you might be able to get a deposit here, but you really don't build a relationship with that customer. And that's really where payment is at the crux of this. So I'm going to go to part 2, which is the product and business part. But before I go there, we'll take a small commercial break. I want to share with you what we are doing. So actually on RuPay, while there is a lot of work on the product perspective, we wanted to make a strong impact when it comes to brand and when it comes to awareness in the market, and hence took up the IPL partnership this time. So I'm just going to play you this ad for a commercial break before we move on.
वाह सर, आप भी रन अप लेकर आते हो।
रेस्टोरेंट में कैश कम पड़ गया।
कैश छोड़ो, रुपए करो।
रुपए?
रुपए सर, पेमेंट का स्मार्ट और इजी तरीका।
कितना इजी?
जस्ट टैप एंड पे।
कहाँ मिलेगा?
बस अपने बैंक को बोलो।
It's outstanding.
Thank you. Hope you enjoyed that. We had a lot of fun making it. And it was very important that we were able to align with cricket, right? There's nothing that works for India like cricket. And we really hope RuPay embodies everything, the kind of popularity that cricket enjoys in the country today. So this is part B of what I have. And okay, just give me a sec. So I think this is the part 2, innovation journey in digital payments. So we spoke of the consumers, what's in it for the bank. Now, what does the way forward look like? So we try to do a little bit of, I wouldn't call it crystal ball gazing, but trying to put some numbers into this aspiration that all of us have. And all of us have an aspiration for 1 billion users. And we don't know the real numbers, but back of the envelope, we believe that today we have about 400 million people in the country who are accessing digital payments of some sort or the other. And how do we take this number from 400 million to 1 billion to make this dream real? So we have some drivers. We have the tech drivers. I'm sure you've heard a lot about it. I'm not going to go into all the details. So there is certainly the Internet of Things, form factors, embedded payments. You have launched the keychain form factor. You've launched the watch form factor. So all of those are just starting points to the opportunity of what the IoT opportunity offers. Identity tech. We are so lucky to have Aadhaar, but we still have a long way to go there. What we can do with facial tech, for example, blockchain, AI, ML. So these are all the big tech drivers. And then you have the market drivers. You've got the 5G rollout coming, cheaper, better phones getting launched. Population, of course, is always a dividend. And all the policy drivers, ONDC, the digital healthcare, digital education, the government and the regulator are highly focused on the benefits of digitization for India. And there's no better point to start than payments. Of course, some risk factors are there to be addressed, which I'm sure in all our various plans will look at the scenarios. So the three scenarios, if you look at a fierce growth, significant leapfrog, and leapfrog is really to say like we are going to make this huge adoption. You see, none of it is like 10% growth or GDP growth or anything like that, right? We hope will really get us to that number of 1 billion. And what is this going to take? And this is really my favorite slide because I think we're going to move in 2 axes. We've got to do a bunch of things where we increase the number of users. And we've got to do certain other things to increase the ways in which every user is able to use payment systems. So these users will come on board through various enabling factors. So for example, feature phone payments, right? The RBI governor recently launched UPI on feature phone. And that's going to completely open up a swath of users who did not have this access till date. It will take time. It will take time for a lot of market innovation to come into play. It will take time, and some will work and some won't work, and all of that will happen. But ultimately, that door is opened. And there will be other things. So for example, again, UPI onboarding using Aadhaar. Today, it is only using a debit card. Yeah, we claim that there are 900 million debit cards in the country. Everyone has a debit card, so on and so forth. But they're not really active. People really don't know about them. But Aadhaar, on the other hand, everyone carries. So Aadhaar-based UPI onboarding will again open up a swath of users who probably had themselves blocked from UPI till now. And the services stack, and I'll speak a little bit about the services stack. How do we continuously keep incorporating services, new use cases, new applications on the payment rail? So number 1, it builds engagement. Number 2, it builds revenue streams. And number 3, it brings and converts what today is potentially a cash payment into a digital payment. So just, day before was it, we launched the best NCMC card. So best services, the bus service in Mumbai now is open to run on the RuPay interoperable NCMC card. So there are about 75 million cards in the country. So anyone who carries a NCMC card can go to a bus depot, load their card up and do a tap in, tap out as far as their bus travel and ticketing is concerned. So it's a great milestone. Very small step, but a big milestone. It's the first big bus service to go live. So transit, for example, is a big space. So number of use cases that will need to be built in the service stack, and certainly NPCI has a subsidiary called NIPL, which is NPCI International Private Limited, that's been established for the primary purpose of taking some of these services beyond the shores of the country. So it's a very proud moment for all of us, and we hope that also will add its slew of users here, especially people who have some requirement to receive inward transactions, outward remittances, and so on. So here you have the product need mapping. And I won't spend too much time on this, but certainly the bank is at the crux of what we have here. Technology change at the bank is what we realize is a big challenge. It's something that needs to be met with it's easy to say we have so many services and everything that needs to be driven on the back of that. Things like UPI Lite, which will reduce the load on the core banking platform. Number of on behalf of services, so that the bank needs to do less and NPCI can take on more of the heavy lifting, is also something that we have broadly on the agenda for all the services that we have in mind here. So this is how we think the waves will go. So there would be, in the axis of readiness and impact, some low-hanging fruit. AutoPay is already in the market, a good success story. about 5 million transactions, 5 million mandates a month getting established just on UPI. It's there on cards and other, NACH and so on and so forth. Credit, certainly there on cards. I think we will see this as a service layer on more of the payment rails. Feature phones, already in market. Cross-border, loyalty is there, KYC. And as we come down to later waves, assisted services. When I made this slide, I thought assisted services was some time away, but now we have DBU already in our hands. So, there you go. So this is really ultimately the opportunity, and the opportunity for all of you on the stack of products, the services roadmap for some time. And of course, there's nothing static about this. This is a dynamic kind of a portfolio, and the decisions associated with this are taken in a steering committee of which Bank of Baroda is a member. And there will be many loops to jump through before we come to a point where it comes to launch and market activity and go live and ultimate growth. But we believe that these are some of the driving factors to really the full stack here. And I want to close and bring this back to what's in it for you. Right? We spoke of the customers, we spoke of the bank, we spoke of the business. But what's in it for you, each and every person here? I think it's about being curious, and that's what I love about this space. You learn something every day, and if you enjoy that, then you can really turn this on its head. So being digital is a journey. I don't think we can claim, yes, of course, we are on messaging, we are on social media, and you may be using UPI and so on and so forth, but there's something coming up every day. I don't know, how many of you are into gaming? You got to get them in. It's not that I'm doing it, but if you at least don't understand what's happening in the gaming space, in 10, 20 years when some of you are going to be senior leaders, you'll have no idea what's happening in the world, because that's going to drive all the next generation of experience here. So really being curious, being tuned in, and having fun on the way. I think it can become a burden if it all becomes about numbers and execution and something to deliver. But if you can have fun on the way of this journey, it's great. And teach digital, and I bring it back here, when we say we're going to take this to 1 billion people, and most of those people are not as fortunate as we are. That assistance and that support to help someone, get onboarded on UPI, get somebody onboarded on Bob World. You may do it as a job, but actually you're helping somebody. I've had people come back and tell me, oh, it's so great, I'm now able to, the coconut vendor comes and says that, he's able to collect money so easily now, and he's so happy about it. And it's such a simple thing for us to do, right? So we can just enrich people's lives on a day-to-day basis and have fun on the way. So thank you. Thanks for this opportunity, and open to questions.
Good morning, ma'am. It was a nice...
All right, I'm just going to step in, ma'am, and help you with moderating the Q&A. So I would request you to please stand up, introduce yourself, identify yourself, and you can ask ma'am the question. Oh yes, the gentleman over there, ma'am.
So ma'am, I have 2 questions. One is, we are bringing new technology in the banking, and big banks can afford infra that is required for developing the technology, and how NPCI is helping small banks to afford developing infra, because small banks may not afford infra that required for developing the technology. One question. And second question is, this blockchain technology we are talking, and NPCI was also talking about the blockchain technology. So how this blockchain technology is being used in the payments? So what are the things NPCI is coming up with the blockchain technology?
Yeah, 2 wonderful questions. So number 1, when it comes to small banks, for example, in, on RuPay, on NFS, etc., we have about 1,100 banks live on the system. which means the small regional rural banks, small cooperative banks, district cooperative banks. And for them, really, this kind of technology investment is a big deal. So there's something called a cluster model that we work on. So there are service providers who can offer a switching service, for example, and they can do that on a cluster model. So there could be 20, 25 cooperative banks linked to a certain cluster, and the way the whole onboarding, certification, et cetera, works is very simplified because we just onboard the cluster and then the bank is live. So there are models that exist today for very small players. Your second question was on blockchain. So there's one example of blockchain, and this is not really in public domain, so please don't quote me. But we do have a project called Vajra, which is about handling the settlements using blockchain. And when we handle settlements using blockchain, it implies that the operational activities associated with reconciliation and settlement and all of that over time can actually be eliminated. So it's very powerful. It decentralizes a lot of the risk associated with settlement, but also eliminates a lot of the manual activities associated with settlement. But we are some way from actually going live in production. It will start with one system and then probably progress to others. But it looks very, very promising. And it's been benchmarked to very high TPS and volume performance standards. Is that okay?
Thank you. Any other questions? If yes, then raise your hand and you may please, yes, the gentleman over here, ma'am.
गुड मॉर्निंग मैम मैडम जस्ट आपने एक लीप फ्रॉग का डेटा शेयर किया है और उसमें जो ग्रोथ दिखाया गया है काफ़ी अच्छा है, प्रोग्रेसिव भी बहुत ही अच्छा दिख रहा है, बट इन रूरल एरिया मस्ट ऑफ पीपल हैविंग not having any mobile access. In one family they have one mobile only, so they are not still they are using mobile banking facility or even UPI scanning facility. So there is some roadmap for NPCI for alternate ways.
Yeah, so number one, I didn't share any data. Okay, I just shared my thoughts on what the possibilities are. So I think some of you are clicking snaps, so this is for Bank of Baroda audience only. Please don't post it or share it outside. In terms of how we solve for rural audience, and yes, people use the phone as a common, it's a household asset, right? It's not a person's individual asset. I think those models will evolve. Those models will evolve, and that's really where this assisted model comes in. And that will start making a lot of difference. And I'm sure that the same thing happens with the bank account as well. The bank account also, while it's on an individual's name, we know that people give their ATM card and somebody else goes and withdraws money and comes back. So, as always, the Indian models will evolve. So there's no ready answer to that at this stage.
Good morning, ma'am. My name is Shashidhara. I have a very general question. Banks are not at level playing field when it comes to UPI business. Just to give few examples, all the private service providers who depend upon bank, right? They only give you the front end. Banks bear all the cost, be it switching fee, anything. So you may be preempting what I'm going to ask. Why this burden on the banks, and why there cannot be a balance, or why there cannot be a discipline? Just an example, a service provider fetches the data from our systems. He keeps popping up, he keeps displaying the information to the whoever is there. As soon as he logs in, definitely the customer uses the option and he pays. So basically the competitive advantage, the edge, or the investment what banks have done, not only for us, in general PSU banks, it's a loss.
No, it's a great question. I mean, it's an elephant in the room question, right, always. So, a situation like this can be an opportunity or can be a loss. So it depends on the lens with which you view it. So when PSD2 which is really the bank API framework, got launched in Europe, the entire banking fraternity, and I was also in the banking fraternity at that time, looked at it as saying this is a regulation to solve for. And they spent billions of dollars on that. It's a tick mark, we have to do this, we have to do that, we have to provide this API and so on and so forth. And the result of that was they actually lost the business opportunity side of this. So there were other players who provided the front-end services, and the banks were providing the bank APIs that they were now forced to provide because of the regulation. But the smart banks started turning that around after about 3-4 years, because of course they had to do so much of heavy lifting in the early stage, and one can't blame them at all. The compliance pressure was so high that they just had to get that done with before they sat back and said, okay, what's the business opportunity for me out of this? And that's when it started turning around. And I don't know the latest numbers as far as Europe goes, but certainly it's far more balanced than what was earlier. And I think we've seen that to some extent with UPI, right? So UPI is an interoperable rail. It puts the power of choice in the hands of the consumer. But it always provides the engagement back to the bank, because the debit and credit is with the bank, and the user knows that that core relationship is with the bank. Now, the bank has a choice to own the front-end relationship also, which is what you're doing with Bob World, and I think you're doing a phenomenal job of it. And this is the framework, this is the building blocks, this is the foundation steps. It'll take time, it'll take 3-4 years to yield significant results. But this is exactly what one needs to do to bring that customer back to the user experience as well. So it's like an ATM, no? And the ATM is a wrong example, it's like not a very great business today. However, when I carry a card, if I carry a Bob debit card, and I can go into any ATM, but I'm still engaging with my bank. I'm still engaging with Bob when I'm withdrawing cash. I could have walked into a SBI ATM or any other ATM that's next to my house. But if that transaction fails, in the middle of the transaction, my bank has failed me. So, but when the transaction succeeds, I'm engaging with my bank. So if you look at the UPI opportunity, I think it's in the same space. And very good to see, in fact, SBI is also putting their strength behind YONO. You see that happening with some of the private banks. So I think now really the opportunity space, I feel, has an opportunity to start turning back. And there will be options in the market. And that's always good.
So will banks get a chance to recover a marginal fee for each transaction? Something like 10 paise, 15 paise?
The marginal fee element is a government policy decision. That's way beyond my level.
But having reached the critical mass, we reached 1 billion, right? So should be enough, leave it to the choice of the banks, give a chance to earn, not earn, do a break even?
Yeah, no, I would love it. I would love it. Like I said, it's I think a policy decision. It's a government policy decision.
Incidentally, since we are on the board, we are just asking that question. Will we get a chance to represent?
We are representing all the time.
All right, that would be our last question for today. Thank you so much. Thank you for all the questions, and thank you, ma'am. I request you to also remain on stage, please. And I also would like to request Mr. Joydeep Datta Roy to please come up on stage. We'd like to give ma'am a memento of thanks. So I'd like you to take center stage, ma'am.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you for having me here.
Do you need help? Can someone please help ma'am?
Can you disconnect this and give it to me?
Thank you so much, ma'am. That was wonderful. And the one thing that stayed with me was be curious, be digital. I love that. Be curious. Even if it's not just in this arena, being curious in life itself is going to get you far, because that's the one thing that's going to broaden your horizons and make you really absorb life as it is. So continue being curious. So thank you for that wonderful message, ma'am. Please give her a round of applause once again, ladies and gentlemen. Okay, I have to say, it's so wonderful to see all of you in your t-shirts today. Do you feel good about it? You know, standing here looking at all of you, it's like one big happy family. So everybody, clap for yourselves. You are looking fabulous. I love the t-shirts. I love the color combination, the quality. It's fabulous. Okay, so now what I'd like to do is, I would like all of you, because today, right, at this point in time, we are going to be taking a picture of all of us together. So I would like all of you to meet, you know, where the door is right in front of me, which is your back, my front. Okay, so over there, it's been organized for all of you to come together. So if you have friends at Betul Hall, some of them have been informed, yes. But if you can, just call them up and say, come soon, we need to click a picture together. Okay, so don't miss out on this opportunity, because it's a very special group photo session. It's a great memory to have, and ensure everyone is there. Okay, so we do it. Are we ready for the group session? Are we ready, everybody? Photographer in place? Yes? Oh, y'all are saying yes. Thank you. At least you all are ready. That's all that matters. Okay, so, okay, what we need to do is we need to really get everybody together right now. So should we just have them get up and step outside? Okay, yay! Okay, it's time to smile, everybody. Smile more than you usually do. Okay, so just please, yeah, step out at the door. That's where, let the photographer do his magic with all of you. So I request all dignitaries, speakers, participants to congregate outside. This is a historic conclave and a first of its kind, ladies and gentlemen. And events such as these must be captured with their truest essence and posterity.
Welcome back, everyone. Some are taking this opportunity to still enjoy the little bit they can. I'll just be back. All right, everyone, can we have you settle back in, please? For those of you who need to attend, there's a panel discussion at Betul Hall that's happening at this point of time, which is on Buy Now, Pay Later, BNPL, Old Wine in New Bottle. That's such an interesting title. Okay, everyone, did you have a good photo session? Did you all smile? I think people are still taking their pictures here. The session isn't over. Did you all put your best smile? Yes? Hello? Yes, yes. Okay, did you all have your best profile? Sometimes when I see people taking pictures, right, they're like this. And I'm like, show your face, you know, we don't get to see your full face. You know, I have to tell you, talking about pictures, when I was, for me, a photograph is like the minute you see a camera, you have to smile, right? This is ever since I was a child. And I have to say, till today, even when I see lightning, I think God is taking my picture and I smile because I'm like, wow, that's the universe taking a photograph of me. So it really excites me. I love pictures. And I still request all of you to please come in. Please get your friends back in. I can still see everyone chilling outside, even though it's hot. Or can we at least have the doors closed so that there's no disturbance? Thank you so much. All right, everybody, are we all set for our next session? Because we need to get back to business now, and an interesting topic is up next for our latest session speaker. And the topic is, what next for wealth tech? Mr. Varun Sridhar, who is the CEO of Paytm Money, is on his vision of simplifying investing experience for millions of Indians. Mr. Sridhar brings years of valuable experience of leading the digital transformational journey of some of the top retail banks in India and abroad. Most recently, he served as the CEO of FinShell India, where he launched Realme Paisa, a fintech platform on mobile. Prior to this, he was with BNP Paribas for close to 8 years, where among other assignments, he supported the acquisition of Sharekhan. As a board member and member of the executive committee, he supported the scale-up of the digital entity brokerage and mutual fund business. So ladies and gentlemen, let's put our hands together as we welcome Mr. Varun Sridhar. Hello, welcome, sir.
Is this working? Hi everyone, good morning. Pleasure to be with all of you. So I'm not going to do any slides, and the photo that you see is a bit old, right? I think my hair moved from my head to my beard. Pleasure to be with all of you. What I'm going to try and do, so I live in Goa, by the way, so welcome to Goa, right? Welcome to my home. I moved here about 2 years back, and one of the reasons I moved is after COVID, during COVID, I couldn't take any more big city life. So I had to choose a small city across India, and technology helped me. And then Goa was a nice place. I came here, I enjoy beaches and I enjoy fresh air, and it was very nice, so I moved to Goa. And Akhil called me about a few days back, and I think I'm the last entrant on your, I photobombed your photo, right? So I think I'll be the only guy in a white shirt. But I would love to have the blue shirt. That's one request I would make, that I would love to have my own Bob World shirt and wear it. And I think that's I'll feel very happy if I can do that. But as I photobombed you, I was thinking of a few things, right? I said, what could I talk to you about? And we'll talk a bit about wealth management. But what I would really like to maybe share with you is how Paytm has thought about it, because not everybody knows Paytm Money, right? Like Praveena did a fantastic job explaining UPI, and honestly, that's a great story. Paytm Money is a story that is just getting started. So she herself was asking me, saying, Varun, what do you do, right? And I think I'll take a few minutes to explain what I do. Maybe first half of the next 45 minutes is going to be about that, because I think that will be useful. आप लोगों को शायद समझ आए कि Paytm Money क्या करता है. Paytm, I think everybody knows. I'm not going to talk about it at all. But Paytm Money, maybe we'll talk. And then I'm going to talk a bit about the future of wealth tech. Because in my opinion, in the next 10 years, right, in this decade, 2020 to 2030, if there is one thing that is going to grow unimaginably, in my mind, it is wealth tech. There's nothing else, right? You can take all other business lines in, in the financial services landscape, but if there's that one thing that will grow, it is wealth tech. And why? Because I think 2010 to 2020, banks like yours, NPCI, bunch of other players, the likes of Paytm, Aadhaar, digital, mobile phone companies, gave the foundation. So 2010 to 2020, India got the foundation of digital infrastructure. I think to talk about mobile phone now is passé. It's not fashionable anymore, right? Like, I think the world has gone forward. So that whole decade of foundation had three big trends happening. Trend one, basics got done. Aadhaar, UPI, I'm not going to talk about it. Second thing that happened is Indians become richer, right? There was earlier in India 5% of wealth. So you could be in Bombay, you could be in Ghatkopar, you could be in Surat, in Baroda, in parts of Ahmedabad, maybe parts of Bangalore, Chennai. And that's where businesses are, Delhi. And that's where you would have a few clients, you would have a few RMs, and the wealth in India was concentrated. But last 10 years, that's changed. So now you have, as per our estimate, maybe about 60 million people with a reasonable amount of wealth, right? Now, with that changing rapidly, and as India goes from a 2.5 trillion economy to a 5, to a 7.5, to a 10 trillion economy, the wealth in India is going to come. So I was in China in about 2014, and I'll give you my background in a bit, and I saw this huge explosion in 2 years of China going from 20 million mutual fund investors to about 300 million. Like in a year and a half, in 18 months, all the money that we have in our current account, savings account, that's how a bank works, moved to capital markets, right? And that's a big change, because all of a sudden, the source of income of a bank, I used to work with a bank before, and I used to manage about 16 different banks under me, and I had a fairly large team, used to be about treasury balance sheet management. All of a sudden, when the funds went to capital market, the whole game changed, right? And that revolution happened in China in 2013, 2014. My expectation in India, it'll happen in 2025, 2026, right? In the next 3-4 years, you'll see this huge swing. It already started. Last 2 years, the number of demat accounts that have opened are crazy. But that's the second reason why wealth tech is important. And reason 3, I think, is Indians have become, thanks to technology, thanks to falling interest curves, thanks to opportunities in real estate going down, gold going down, Indians try to manage their money more actively, right? So all this has happened. So I think that's why the next 10 years, if there is one thing that any company should bet on, any financial institution should bet on, I would say it's wealth tech, right? And wealth tech is a large world because it starts from manufacturing, which is in AMC. Bank of Baroda, BNP Paribas recently merged. I was one of the people on the board of BNP Paribas who said yes to the transaction, right? So I have a very strong connection to you guys. I don't know if there's somebody from the AMC here, but if you are, one of the reasons this happened is because I was sitting in Paris and I said, this is a great thing to happen. BOB is such a fantastic organization that they can really take that AMC and maybe make it top 10, maybe get to a 200,000 crore AUM, right? So that's my history a bit. I work with Paytm Money for about 2 years now, just finishing 2 years. Before that, I tried to do my own startup with Oppo, Realme, OnePlus. It was not a great success. That's how I'm here. I failed. And before that, I did 8 years with BNP Paribas. In my 8 years with BNP Paribas, I bought Sher Khan, which is an acquisition that I did with my own hands. So I'm very happy about that. I came back to India with that. And right before that, I used to manage about 16 banks, ranging all the way from China to America. And my primary job was to talk to the CEOs, was to go and get the toughest of projects done. So I've launched a bunch of digital banks. I've done a lot of wealth platforms, brokerage platforms, and things like that. Right, and before that, I did my MBA, and I used to, my first banking job was one of a salesperson in Citibank. I used to stand outside an ATM and sell personal loan credit cards, right? So that was my first job. So let's get started, right? Where is Paytm Money today? Paytm Money today, and I'll give you some public figures. We are listed and our stock price is talked about a lot, right? So I have to be careful on what I say. And so I'll try and give you some stats on Paytm Money. We launched about 3 years back. And we launched our equity brokerage business about 12 months back. Today, we are broker number 14 in India, right? We don't advertise. We do everything organic. Hopefully, my first set of ads will go out very soon. We do about 1 million transactions per day on the equity brokerage side, okay? Which is out of which about 60 to 70% are options and futures. So we are a derivatives platform. Then we have the direct mutual fund business. We are top 3, 4 in India. We do about 2 to 3 million transactions a month. Between SIPs, between lump sum payments, blah, blah, blah. We are top 3 NPS mutual fund, NPS distributors in India. So PFRDA does NPS. We are one of the first 3. Other than that, we do something called Paytm Wealth Academy, which is our education business, which teaches people on the app how to learn about stocks and investments and mutual funds. Then we do something called Paytm Wealth Community, which is a community where, just to give you a sense, it's our version of YouTube, Instagram, Facebook, Twitter, inside the Paytm Money app. And we have about 2 to 3 million views there of our content, right? So it's a fairly large community platform. And so we do all this, plus we do digital gold. We do about 6,000 kilos of digital gold in the last 3 years. That makes us by far the largest digital gold distributor in India. Just to give you a sense how big it is, last Diwali, we were checking with the gold refinery. We did just below India's largest jeweler, okay? And the number of people managing that product is 1. Okay, it runs on the app with 1 person, right? So there's, we are very, very technology-led, and I'll talk about that in a bit. So this is Paytm Money, right? And now I'm going to go a bit more detail into what is Paytm Money, how did we start? We started with the vision saying we have these millions of consumers who come to us, and these millions of merchants who see our QR code, our EDC machine, our soundbox, and we manage their flows. But we want to become a super app, and the biggest, all of us in India work for 2 things, in my mind, or 3. The first is to eat good food, right, and Goa does a good job of it. The second is to be happy. Goa does a better job of it. And the third is to make wealth. Goa does a horrible job. Yahan aap sirf kharcha karte ho, right? But people work hard to save money. That's what we all do, mostly. Now, money is not happiness, but money is 50, 60% happiness. If you don't have money, happiness is less, right? So India works very hard to save. So Paytm said, if all of us are going to work so hard to save, we need to solve that problem for our users. So we were the first direct mutual fund distributors to launch on an app in India. And we said, why is a bank asking for 1,000, 2,000, 5,000? Why does a bank do regular mutual fund, right? Like, it doesn't make sense. Okay, imagine you have to give me 5 lakh rupees today because I made a pitch to you. And after I disappear, from today, for the next 20 years, your 5 lakhs becomes 1 crore. You are going to pay me 1% commission for the next 20 years on your 1 crore rupees. Is that fair because I gave you a 1-hour speech? I can argue, right? And so we said that's not fair. Can we flip the model and go into direct mutual funds? So we brought direct mutual funds to India. We were the first, by the way, distributors to do that, right? Nobody else was doing it. Then we said, why is it that an investor can't invest 10 rupees? क्यों नहीं होता? क्यों 1,000 रुपए, 5,000 रुपए, 50,000 रुपए? Why not 20 rupees? Why not 1 rupee? So we worked with a lot of AMCs. Eventually, we brought the limit down to 100 rupees. So we were the first platform in India to do a 100 rupee SIP, right? And that was a big change. And I'll give you the results in a bit, right? Then the next thing we did is we said, call all the AMC CEOs and tell them that everything is going to be digital. It has to be perfect, API-led, technology-led, and everything. And that was not easy. Because the mutual fund industry, there's so many players, it's very complex, right? Between settlement, payment gateway, RTAs, it's just very, very complex. But we said, no, we'll put this together. So we rewrote the whole technology of the industry. It took us a year, but we did it. Now results, I have one customer at least in 99% of all PIN codes in India doing a mutual fund, right? How much money have we spent doing that? Zero, right? So Paytm spends, but Paytm money doesn't spend, by the way. I'm almost about very close financially to have a very good result, right? Because our revenues are very, very strong at Paytm money. So our direct mutual fund business, fantastic, gives a lot of people new entry, right? About 70% of my customers are first time to capital markets. They've never done anything, so I do KYC digitally on my app, right? Then we said, okay, mutual fund done, let's go into the equity business. Because equity is where there is revenue. Equity is where there is clients' ability to do on their own. Now, obviously, COVID helped us a lot, right? COVID gave us such a big opportunity that we didn't imagine. So in equity, what do we do today? We do stocks, so you can buy stocks, sell stocks. We do futures and options. We do algo trading. We have our own, what we call futures and options dashboard. What that essentially means is if you're in treasury and you're playing like an institutional player, the same power, now a retail customer in a small corner village somewhere, I don't know, in Indore or in the mountains, has access on his mobile phone for free, right? So all the data, real time, on option trading is available to a user. So some of this is what we do. Then we also launched ETFs, and we are very, we are in the process of doing something on bonds. And then obviously we do IPOs, right? So all of this put together was launched about 14, 16 months back, right? I want to share with you the results because I think it's important. Most people don't know Paytm Money. We today acquire about 100,000, 80,000 new customers a month, which makes us broker number 7 or 8 in India. We have our active users at broker number 14, right? So it's not too bad. It's obviously there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 till number 13, jo mujhe aage jana hai dheere dheere. But it's 1 year of hard work for us, right? NPS business is great. I want to talk a bit about what I call the super app of wealth management, right? I think the world is changing. People don't want to have 1,000 things on their phone. Somebody asked a very beautiful question earlier saying one phone, one family. I think eventually phone has become more important than a car. Phone has become more important than your clothes, right? The value of a phone has gone up. And the OEMs have done a great job doing that. Will phones as a form factor last in the future? I don't know. But what we do know, and we see data, is on a phone, consumers don't want many things. I used to work for a phone company before, and consumers are decluttering very fast, right? So eventually, that's why in India you see this boom of super apps. So what's our belief? Our belief at Paytm Money, which is a belief for the future of the wealth tech industry, is in India. If I ask all of you, just think about this question I'm going to ask you. How many of you know what you're worth? How many of you actually quickly know like this, my worth is 1.5 crore rupees. Today my worth went up by 1%. Tomorrow my worth went down by 2%. We don't, because it's never consolidated in one place. The company that solves it will write the future, because the minute you have everything in one place, I think the consumer stickiness is very, very high. So the future for people like me, who are running a wealth management platform, is to try and put everything together. Right now, obviously, SEBI has a point of view, RBI has a point of view, other people will have a point of view, consumer has a point of view, and it's very complex. But that's what is happening, right? The last thing I'll mention about Paytm Money, and then I think we'll go forward, is I run a very small company, so it's about 400 odd people. 80% of all my people are in technology. Okay, so we are very, very digital in nature. We don't have physical teams, we don't have branches. I live in Goa. My team lives in 22 cities. We don't have any office. Because we are extremely technology-led and mobile. Most of our teams, 80% of my HR cost is in tech and product, and 80% of my overall cost, maybe 90, is in technology and product, right? So we don't spend in marketing, and we don't have a physical channel connected to us, right? What that means is, from a product perspective, the product has to be brilliant, right? Now, what does brilliant in product mean? And I'll give you a few examples. When we got into stock trading, one of the most interesting facts we realized was a consumer who does stock trading actively logs into your app 188 times between 9:15 and 3:30. Think about it, right? Just think about the engagement you need to do. Like, that's the biggest thing we all look forward, right? Like, a branch manager would love that the customer used to come and sit and sees him every day. Like, सुबह शाम अगर customer आके coffee पिएगा तो cross-sell ratio automatically बढ़ जाएगा, right? And but customers don't want to come and meet anybody. So for wealth business, we realized very quickly, and that is great, and that's why I say the wealth business has to be the front of your business, because this is what the customer wants. He wants to save money at the end. Nobody wants to pay more. People want to save more. After doing that, he comes back to your app so many times. Even an SIP customer, who just has a normal SIP, comes to your app at least, if not anything, 8 times a month. So if he has only a 500 rupee SIP with you, he comes back to your platform many, many times. So as you think about it, don't think of the wealth business only as a revenue generating business. Think about it as that one reason that the customer will come to you, right? Now, Paytm bet very heavily on payments, right? Which is what Praveena spoke about earlier. In our opinion, the second big bet is money, is savings. And that's why Paytm Money is important, and that's why we are trying to do that, right? Because once I get somebody's NPS account, NPS lasts for 25 years. 25 years, a customer is going to come back to you. He's not forced to, but he would like to if we do a good job with the product, right? So if you do the maths of the time you need to spend to acquire this customer, I spent 0 time, right? That's why we are small. We are not as big as you guys at Paytm Money, right? But if you spend time to acquire this client, the client then stays with you for a very, very long time, right? So that's Paytm Money till now. What's our 3-4 principles of product and vision? Vision number 1 is technology, right? We don't think, we think everything that we do has to be engineered. So my biggest problem, like 80% of the meetings I'm in, is about this API is not working, this latency is not great, why is AWS having this microsecond issue, you know, and so on and so forth. Because in the stock market business, it has to be up all the time. And we think that Indian consumers are only asking one very small thing. क्या ये काम करता है? Indian consumer is very, very simple. हम लोग Indian consumer को बहुत ज़्यादा complex बना के रखा हुआ है, right? So Indian consumer only wants that your app works. Because he's smart enough, she's smart enough to run it, right? But just to get the app work at scale for me is very, very tough, right? Like for me, the biggest challenge is to deliver 1 million orders a day, and I'm a small broker at number 14, but 1 million orders a day is not so small, right? To deliver 1 million orders a day with 0 failures is important. Okay, that is 99.9999% accuracy, which even the payment systems in India can't claim to have, right? So that's the economic challenge or the tech challenge. So principle 1 is technology. Principle 2 is product simplicity and complexity. Most people will tell you, make everything simple. You know, you can't make option trading simple. If you're 40, your wealth is not simple. You will have 5 things, you will have kids, it's complex. I can't make life simple, right? If you want to have a good dinner, it has to be complex, right? Because like main course rahega, starter rahega, you'll have a dessert, hopefully you'll have a glass of wine, right? And then after that, you know, so that's life a bit, it becomes complex. So you have 2 types of consumers. You have a very complex consumer, and you have a very simple consumer. Like somebody who's 20, all they want to do is start. Somebody who's 40 doesn't want to just start because the start happened 20 years back, right? So the challenge we have at Paytm Money is to put both together in one app, in one face. That's not easy, right? So every time I think about algo trading, and I say, hey, how do you run an option trading platform? I also have to think about this consumer who wants to do a 100 rupees ka SIP. Very tough mathematical problem, product problem, app problem. But we try and solve it every day. Till now, we've succeeded. When Paytm moved into option trading, algo trading, a lot of people said, hey, this is not Paytm business. I don't associate with you doing this. We said, okay, we'll try. We got it right. We are maybe number 6 or 7 in India on that. Then we said, okay, we will launch a PMS platform. I don't know how many of you know what is PMS, but it's basically portfolio management services, where you have to have minimum 50 lakh rupees to give. In India today, there is no place where you can see all the PMS schemes listed and compare the prices. It's impossible. Like there is no Amazon mutual fund platform. They don't exist. We said we will go and build it. Everybody said, यार वरुण Paytm में कौन आएगा 50 लाख का कस्टमर वो भी डिजिटली क्यों करेगा आपके पास ब्रांच है RM है वेल्थ मैनेजर है मैंने कहा कोई बात नहीं ट्राई करते so I put 2 of my engineers to it and we partnered with all the PMS providers and so we have for the first time in India a platform where you can see that live. As we did that, I was surprised personally that we got about 1,500 customers in the first 3 months. I can tell you the whole PMS industry roughly has about 14,000 customers, 15,000 customers across India, across all providers, because it's a business of a few 100,000 crores, right? Each customer will give you 10 crores, 12 crores. But that's the business that we could solve. Now I have that one very rich customer who has 25 crores with me, and I have the 100 rupee SIP guy. I have to put both together. Very tough job to do, but we do it. We use technology to do it, right? So pillar one for Paytm Money is technology. Pillar two is product, simplicity and complexity. Pillar three for us, which is important, which I think is a bit the future, we are not yet there. I think, I'm humbled to say we are behind, is language. I think finance, has to move to a different language. If I was BOB, my biggest advantage, so I used to manage a bank with about 25,000 people. I used to be head of retail banking in Egypt. The success there is that when you talk in Hindi, English, Tamil, Telugu, I'm a Tamilian, when my mom used to shout at me, it was never in English or Hindi, right? When my father bought his house, it was in Tamil, right? And it is not, I have Haryanvi friends because I grew up in Gurgaon. They don't talk in Hindi when they have to do something important with money. Fortunately, the whole world of finance is built differently, right? The whole world of finance, unfortunately, is built in English, and in Hindi, they made it so tough. इतना मुश्किल कर दिया उसको कि मतलब एक हिंदी का प्रोफेसर बिठा दोगे, उसको संस्कृत PhD होएगा, तब भी वो नहीं समझ पाएगा. Because ऐसे वर्ड यूज करते हैं हम लोग उसमें कि वो कॉम्प्लेक्स है. And I think India needs to embrace that. So that's the third thing Paytm is working on. Because for us, I have one customer in 99% of all PIN codes already, but that's not it. I want to go further, deeper, and deeper in the consumer's wallet, right? So that's pillar number 3. And last pillar for us is pricing. For us, what is important is the savings that we get, we need to pass it to the consumer, other than a great product. So I'll give you an example. In India, stock trading has always been at 20 rupees, right? The number one player launched it about 6-7 years back. All the banks are very high. I don't know why. Banks are at 80-100 rupees, so they've lost market share to all the digital players because completely they've lost share. All the banks used to be number one at one point, and full service brokers. They've all lost market share, and the market has now come to 20 rupees an order, roughly. Some banks still charge 60, 70, 80. We launched our option trading platform at 10 rupees, okay? So when Janil Asa saying, Varun, why are you undercutting? I said, hey, I don't have cost. My nearest broker is 3,200 people. My team, 400, right? So I don't have the same cost. The money I save, I pass it back to my consumer. Because with great technology, product, simplicity, complexity, I'm able to then say I'm also the cheapest, right? Which makes a difference. Because if a trader is doing 10,000 trades, the difference is large. So, that's Paytm Money in a nutshell for you. What is the future? How does wealth tech look like in my mind? What are the 3-4 big trends? Trend number 1, I think, is on the product side. ETF and bonds. India today has about 0.3% assets in ETF. Only. In my mind, the whole mutual fund industry will move into passive and index, so we should go to about 25 to 30% on ETFs, right? Which is a very, very important number. So in the next 10 years, as ETF grows, you will have new opportunities. I will have new opportunities. If you take a position there, it is sensible. So I will tell you, in December last year, we were the first company that went to an AMC and said, "आप लोग ETF कर रहे हो, हमें distribute करने दो." They said, "Varun, आपको पैसा नहीं दे सकते." मैंने कहा, मैं तो मांगा ही नहीं. I want a product for my consumer. Today, about 26% of all Paytm Money users have one ETF. All the other brokers are at about 2-3%. Why is ETF good for you? Because in a mutual fund, you pay 2%, because I know BOB sells regular mutual funds, you pay 2% commission. In a direct mutual fund, you pay 1%. In an ETF, you pay 0.2%. So if all of you have money, please move to an ETF. Because it doesn't make sense. आप क्यों किसी को 2% दोगे? 2% into 10 years on your money is a lot of money. आपको वही चीज जब 0.2-0.3% में मिल जाए, आप क्यों नहीं करोगे? Everybody will do it. As India gets to know, like UPI, that it is important, you will move. Second big trend is bonds. FD interest rates have risen finally, but India should go to lower interest rates. Bonds give you better yields. आज bond में problem क्या है? हम लोग invest नहीं कर सकते. Treasury does it, but अगर मैं आप लोगों को एक app दे दूं और बोलूं invest करो instead of an FD, आप लोग करोगे. That is the next big trend. So as a bank, I would be very, very careful to see how the bond platforms in India emerge. Because the retail segment, and I like the earlier presentation which Praveena was doing, she said very beautifully, the banks have a choice. Either you switch and you win with opportunity, or you are on the losing side. The opportunity will come on bonds. It's a threat for the fixed deposit business. Because customer, I will explain to him very simply, why are you doing an FD at 4, 5%, 6%? Do a bond at 9%. And you know what, on top of it, on your mobile phone, you can click hit, it's done. Right? No need to go anywhere, and it's fast, and you can trade, and you have instant liquidity, and all of that. So ETF and bonds on the product side, next 10 years, great journey. Second, I think big change will be the physical advisory model, right? And I'm going to speak for 5 more minutes, and I'll stop, and we'll take questions. Is on the physical advisory side, what's going to happen is as follows. I think digital has a limit. You know, BNP Paribas as a bank is a fairly large bank. The balance sheet is about 2.5 trillion euros, right? So it's an important bank. And I used to be part of the top 500 employees there, and I used to run banks myself. And the biggest thing we used to always be very proud of was our physical network. The problem is, how do you solve for cost, and at which stage does the physical network come in? And the best implementation that I have seen in my life, it's not done by me, but I did a mistake. So one of my young project team members taught me in a branch in America, in San Francisco. So I used to run a bank called Bank of the West in San Francisco. There is no more competitive place in technology than San Francisco. आप कहीं भी चले जाओ, in San Francisco, consumer has zero loyalty. All customers in San Francisco are like Indians. 10 rupees cashback, they will go somewhere else, right? But in San Francisco, people move. They're all open to change. We had a bank which very traditional, very old school. Fairly large bank, we used to make a profit of about $650 million after taxes, right? And the bank's problem was all the digital companies were eating away everything, right? Because, you know, that's how life is. They decided that the wealth business is going to be their flagship business, because that's what gets the rich customer in, and the emerging hungry affluent in, and the middle class guy. There are 2 types of segments. There's mass today, mass tomorrow, mass today, affluent tomorrow. Right? I come from a very poor family way back, but, I don't say I made it in my life, but I'm happier than I was before. So we chose segments, and then what we did is we said, yaar, jo branch ka kaam hai, the RM is so important, but RM needs to be made Iron Man. आप लोगों ने Iron Man movie देखी? नहीं देखी तो एक बार देखना प्लीज. अच्छी मूवी है. उसमें ये सिखाया जाता है कि एक आदमी को अगर टेक्नोलॉजी से आप इन्फ्यूज कर दो, so he can then take an army of 20,000 people. So we went to America, we sat down with the branch team, and we said, yeah, each of you is Iron Man or Iron Woman. Okay, we even bought them costumes. Right, and they were all like, yeah, ye kaisa hai? All of a sudden, Varun was looking muscular. I have a photo in which I'm looking very strong, ready to do an Indian movie. But we did that, and all of a sudden, we equipped all these branch managers with technology. Right, and technology to do personal advice. Like if I want to advise him, how can I do that easily on WhatsApp, on shared desktops? How can I bring technology to our wealth conversation? Right? Because a rich person is busy, and he or she doesn't want to give time. That's the biggest problem we all have, right? As you get richer, money loses value. It's a very surprising trend, and time is not there. You have time for other things in life, right? So we needed tech to solve it. Now, all of a sudden, the digital players in San Francisco were lost, because they were not able to get the rich customer. The rich customer was at the bank. Great story of success. You must go to San Francisco, do a trip there. If you do, tell me, because I think it's a great place where the physical network managed to beat the digital players, for things where there was value. Robinhood is still Robinhood, okay? In America, Robinhood is great. Okay, the stock price is not great, but Robinhood is great. But Schwab has still done a fantastic job. Look at what Schwab has done. They've come back. They lost completely for 7, 8 years, but they came back knowing that their biggest strength is physical. For people like me at Paytm Money, I envy you, because I don't have the branch network today, right? So I'm trying to think on my side, how can I go into your competitive zone, right? आपके branch के पास में जो customer आता है आपके साथ, जिसको आप 10 साल से जानते हो, how can I take him away? Right? That is my target, no? Because that's where the money is, right? The SME, and I know BOB has a fantastic small business company. My target is, how can I get those customers to do wealth management with me? But I know they will not do it digitally, fully. But if I work with those customers for 1 year, I know I can make them digital forever. So that's the third pillar for me. And the last pillar, I think, in the wealth space, which I think will be critical in future, which is a change from where we are today, is I think the advisory model. And advice doesn't mean a branch manager telling a customer that ye mutual fund le lo, ye NFO aaya hai. I think that's wrong. That is a very wrong way to do business, right? Because I think if you do that, eventually it will come and bite you. Eventually, 10 years later, customer is not stupid. Okay, customer knows his stuff, and I like in India that customer exactly knows usko kya becha hai, kis expense ratio pe becha hai, aur uska kya return hai. So one day he will come back to us. But I think advisory is important. Most Indians, unfortunately, are not taught in school. You know, my parents were professors, and they used to always say that, Varun, if you ever become something in your life, please go join CBSE and make a financial education mandatory for kids from 3rd class. Because we teach people in India how to make money, but I can bet with you, इस रूम में जितने भी लोग हैं, if I tell you 500 रुपए का SIP मुझे करना है, कौन सा SIP करूं और क्यों करूं, 80% people won't be able to answer accurately because nobody ever taught us. So with financial education being weak, the deficit of advisory in India is a huge gap. SEBI very recently launched a very beautiful regulation called RIA. Okay, please have a look at it, but I think it's about 1.5 years old. I think that's the future. Somebody, some banks, some players have to get together, right? Yeah, so that's it. But I would just like to say a few things. I think I'll start backwards and just summarize. First of all, thank you for inviting me. This is my home. Welcome to Goa. I live here. I would urge all of you, please don't work in big cities. Come to small cities like Goa. The beach is nice. I have a nice workstation on a beach. I see sunset every day. I have 2 broadband internet lines, so it makes a lot of sense. Why I'm telling you Goa is great is today I can't recruit top talent in wealth, in engineering and product, in Bombay, Delhi, Bangalore. Because all these kids of the future don't want to work otherwise. So what's your X factor if you're thinking of the wealth business, you should think. But welcome to Goa. I hope you enjoyed the few things. Sorry, I did not do slides. I'm a very last minute entrant. I gate crashed your photo. I gate crashed your party, but very happy to take questions, and thank you.
Thank you so much. You can't be gate crashing in your own hometown, so don't worry about that, sir. Thank you so much. That was wonderful. What's your X factor for wealth, right? That's what you said. Superb. So thank you so much. Now we're open to Q&A. If any of you would like to ask any questions, hands up. Please stand up, identify yourself, and you may ask your question.
Please feel free to ask the most controversial questions. Go ahead, please.
The gentleman at the back, if you could stand up, please, sir. Oh, okay. We have 2 people. Can we have the person at the back, please, first, and then the gentleman on my left?
Sir, in Paytm Money, you are giving a solution for wealth. There are other apps also like ET Money, PaisaM, Zerodha. They are also giving the same facilities. What is unique and different, and why a customer should move to the Paytm Money?
No, very good question. It gives me a great chance to make a sales pitch to all of you. Thank you. Right? Account khol lena please baad mein. Mera target pura ho jayega. So on a very serious note, I think the question, if I may take that question and switch that question, what should BOB do, if I may, with your permission, right? What should BOB do to beat all those competitors, including Paytm Money? Right? And I'll tell you what I'm doing, and I think I'll tell you what BOB should be doing. At Paytm Money, if somebody asks me this question, I said, tell me one app in India which has all the stuff that I do. Today, there is nobody. Okay? So we'll start. Stocks, equity, futures and options, algo trading, IPO, futures and options dashboard, ETF, bonds, okay? Direct mutual funds, NPS, a wealth academy where you can learn, a community where you can discuss, bunch of blogs, all this put together. Nobody in India has all that together in one app because the effort needed, and we did all that, by the way, in the last 14 months. Okay, so I joined about 21 months back. It took me 3 months to strategize my ship, to fire people, to hire people, to get everybody in order, and then we run like a factory, right? So my team is used to doing product releases in a month we do, just to give you a sense, the Paytm Money app is updated about 16 times in a month, okay? Serious upgrades, both on front end, back end is another story. So we run a tight ship of products. I think there's no product today in India, which I'm very proud to say, about a week back we launched something small. We do something called Wealth Basket. We do something called Investor AI, which is AI-based advice. We do something called POPs, which is an intelligent chat messenger for you. Nobody in India can even dream of saying, I have all of that. We do voice trading, we do margin finance, the list is long, right? Like nobody in the world, there's only one small broker in Brazil who thought of doing voice trading. We've implemented it and we do about 50,000 orders a day, right? So from a product perspective, by far, now in India, we are new, we are number one, okay? I have a journey to make against my competition, which in my mind is fantastic. They have 10 years, 15 years history, they're good. I have to take my time, right? It's not going to happen tomorrow. Second reason I would tell you, please come to Paytm Money is pricing. I think we have a great product, which is supplemented by the lowest pricing by far. So if you really want to save money, why would anybody do regular mutual fund in today's world? क्यों करेंगे? क्यों आप एक बैंक से, sorry आप लोग बैंक हो, क्यों आप एक बैंक में mutual fund लोगे? Why would you give 1% of your wealth for the next 20 years to somebody? Income tax तो दे रहे हैं ना यार already. उस पे surcharge देते हैं, उस पे हम GST देते हैं, उस पे आप regular mutual fund fees भी दे दो. Right, so, overall from a pricing perspective, I think it makes a lot of sense. Third thing I think is tech stability. At the end of the day, your money is important. Please trust a partner who can give engineering stability, right? And I think, these are the three reasons why without zero spend on marketing, we are broker number 14 and number 6 or 7 in acquisition, and in mutual funds, top 5 players in India, right? And I think we're getting started. Hopefully this week, I'm waiting for some approvals. You will see some advertising from Paytm Money. But yeah, other than that, so that's one reason. If I was to flip the question and say Bank of Baroda. If I was Bank of Baroda today, I think Bob World is fantastic. This event is fantastic. Akhil is great. Okay, I heard him speak. I haven't really worked with him, but I think it's fantastic. You are on a great opportunity. In wealth business, this is the decade where people will choose your wealth provider. अभी तक ना market open है. Wealth में एक बहुत बड़ा problem है. Once you're sunk with a wealth manager, deep enough, you can't recover. Consumer will not shift. Because the cost of shift is not important for a consumer. And I think 2020 to 2030 gives BOB the chance to come back and become top 5 wealth managers because you have distribution, you have customers, you have small businesses. It's just unimaginable what you have. Right? So if I was BOB, I would think about a technology-led product separated from BOB world, I think, because wealth is such a specific product. See, Paytm Money, there's a reason Paytm Money is not inside Paytm in a big way, because you can't mix the two products. It's very difficult to tell a UPI customer future and option trading करना है. वो तो बहुत ज़्यादा simple versus complex का problem हो गया. 100 rupee SIP to option trading, possible. Okay, so think about it like that. And I would complement a BOB wealth with, on top, a physical solution. Iron Man solution, if you may. So that's what I would do. I don't know if I answered your question. I hope you open an account, man. Right.
Thank you. And the gentleman on my left, yes.
Yeah. It was quite interesting to know that wealth tech is the next thing, and then the engagement figures of 118 times a consumer logs in. It's one of a key engagement metrics. But here, you are very candid and open to share some of the best things that banks can do. See, traditionally, banks have been a safe haven for the customers, and we have been guarding this money, and India has been a savings country. And wealth, I would like to grow, and everybody would like to grow their wealth. But the growth of the wealth, specifically in this wealth, like mutual funds or stock market, it's like 1%. Recently, I think Grow's own founder had said, people get into this, but 1% is who's lucky to enough. So actually, I would like to have your advice on how banks, though we also wanted to use this wealth tech to enhance our engagement on our Bob world. So how judiciously we should be, because for me, customers, trust is the one that he banks upon. But then going into the next phase is all about giving him that comfort. And you said that the product complexity and simplicity, how do you match? Yeah. So some inputs on that.
No, very good question. I'm just watching time. We have 2-3 minutes, right? Am I?
Yeah.
I hope I'm not overshooting.
This is our last question, so we have a bit of time.
Cool. I think from my perspective, there are 2-3 things. First, data can be very, very misleading. Be very careful when you look at data, right? If you say Indians only have 3% of wealth in stock market, mutual funds, it is what everybody in China said for a very long time, because real estate was so big, gold was so big. All of a sudden, one company, it's called Alipay, launched a mutual fund product which is called Uibao, Okay, it's YUEBAO. I request all of you to Google that story. Sometimes stories happen in other countries. Exactly the same story happened in Turkey and Indonesia. Look at these stories, because I think from story there's a learning, and from learning we have to Indianize it and get it going, right? The product there that was launched on the payment app was very simple. It was the day you open your app, you see one app. It was mentioned 100 yuan. There was only one button, buy, one mutual fund beneath, which basically said, don't keep money in a bank account, keep money in a mutual fund. Simple message. And they launched it. And you know how many customers they had in the first, I think, 3 months? 100 million. Okay, and customer can't change amount first time. Like you can't do, मुझे 1000 करना है, मुझे 10 करना है. एक ही amount, एक ही button. Simple, no? How much time will the engineering team take to build that? 1 week. Okay, 100 million customers. It became the world's largest money market fund in the space of 2 years. World's largest money market fund came from an app with 0 people, with 10 people working, with a treasury manager who was automated, which was a bot, which is basically doing nothing but taking the same money, giving it to government securities. What does a bank do today? Bank takes money, gives it to government securities, and gives it to loans. Very simple, no? Banking is extremely simple balance sheet management. It's not so complex, right? So the trust that we talk about emerged step by step. Customer put 100, said, okay, 100 to वापस आ रहा है यार, button दबाया, पैसा आ गया. He could use the same button to pay for his burger, to pay for his taxi, correct? Because what is UPI about? Why is UPI so great? Because you scan a QR code, it pays. That is the moment of truth for a customer, correct? That moment of truth, it takes time to grow, but eventually trust is there. I remember when UPI was starting, I was in India in Sher Khan, and I used to talk to Dilip, and I used to tell Dilip, hey, everybody used to come and crib about security, failures, passwords. Where are we today? 4 years later. It's just a beautiful story, and I think it will happen in wealth step by step. It's happening. Last 18 months, I can tell you, is crazy for any wealth management platform. Right? So the trust that you talk about is there. But it's like saying in a relationship between a husband, wife, boyfriend, girlfriend, that trust है, और हम उसको boring रखेंगे तो trust बना रहेगा. नहीं बनता है. Right? I think trust has to be earned every single day. Respect has to be earned every single day. As times change, trust changes. Right? And my personal feeling for a bank, I think, is to say, I have trust, no doubt, no question, right? Even I have my money with banks. I used to have 100% with the bank, now it's about 30%. Banks are not going to die. The question is how much money of the consumer's wealth comes to you in what form, right? The transaction will always flow through you. Paytm money, where do I do ad funds? In ad funds, I have banks. The question is, why is he adding funds with me when he could add the same funds with you? That's the question, right? Because you're correct, the 188 times, the 100 times, the 20-year engagement on NPS, buying one stock, keeping it for life, these are journeys that you make. So my suggestion is, trust is great, it's your biggest advantage. But that can't be the only advantage because it won't sustain forever. At one moment, trust will get switched by somebody like me. Right? Today, Paytm money on a scale of BOB, if BOB is 10 on 10, maybe I'm 5 on 10, 6 on 10. But we manage over 25,000 crores of AUM, so I'm not so small, right? And therefore, that trust has come. So I think trust is a question of time, of delivery, of performance, of doing the same thing right for the next 10 years. So as a bank, like I said earlier, I think I would go ahead, make wealth tech maybe the most important thing. Because in India, I think what's happening, we all run behind lending. But सबको थोड़ा ना लोन चाहिए. मेरे पास लोन ही नहीं है. So what is your offer to me? Transactions, UPI, the likes of Paytm have come. Then what is the transaction? If I'm a small business, ask yourself one question, okay? Which is a question I asked myself when I was running BNP Paribas. Current account margin is fantastic. I think 4.5%, 5% you get after treasury. If that money, part of that money goes to a cash management liquid fund account, your small business will be happier with you. Now for you, that is a revenue loss. But there's an opportunity gain on the other side. Most banks don't do that. So most banks will continue saying, current account mein paisa rakho, free float. But I think time has come to change all of that. So as a bank, I think I would question current revenue models, challenge it a bit, identify my segment. I think it's a question of identifying segment and the trust that you have can make you far better than anything that we can ever achieve, right? As an outsider to the industry. Because you guys are really present, you know. If Bank of Baroda says your money is safe, it is safe. You know, if I say Paytm money, your money is safe, वो कहते हैं अच्छा बताओ क्यों, कहाँ पे, कैसे? आपसे नहीं पूछते ना. So I think you have that advantage, which is great. Yeah, did I answer you?
That was so amazing. You know what I just realized, sir, with what you just said? Trust has to be earned every day and respect has to be earned every day. And I think the secret of success is more in the value system that one has, and that goes a long way. So thank you so much. I know you said a lot more, but
Thank
for
you.
me that was so valuable.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So
Are we
thank you.
okay with one
Just
last
once again, I'd
question?
just like to take a minute
Sorry.
in thanking Mr. Varun. Varun, you have been marvelous. I mean, I really thank you for articulating it so beautifully. In fact, that is what I have also been wanting to talk to the team, but maybe I have not been so articulate. The way you have put the complexities of wealth tech subject with so much of simplicity, I think the same ease that you have put it on your app, that complexity and simplicity, you have put it right. And the team actually has to understand it in the right perspective that you have shown, that going forward, I think wealth tech would be the going thing that we'll have to look at. And thank you for also validating this, that I have been talking to them, that the physical presence is not a weakness, it's a big strength, and we can synergize that. In fact, I have always been talking to my people that, I mean, the branch manager is supposedly the hottest guy on seat. He knows the customer very well. इनफैक्ट उसको उसकी पूरी जन्म कुंडली मालूम होती है. वो किस कार में आया है, वो मारुति 800 में आया है, मर्सिडीज में आया है, उसका मकान 2 रूम का बेडरूम फ्लैट है या मैंशन है, उसका बेटा अब्रॉड कोई डिग्री करने गया है, उसका कौन सा साइज का लॉकर है, 16x16 है या 4x4 है. एंड सम ऑफ द ब्रांच मैनेजर्स इवन नो कि उस लॉकर में भी क्या है, ये भी मालूम होता है कई बार. सो यू हैव द एंटायर जन्म कुंडली ऑफ द कस्टमर. And that sort of a synergy, if we can bring with this sort of a world, wealth tech ease, I think there's no looking back for banks like Bank of Baroda. And I think, Akhil, you have another task on hand.
I'll make a small joke. Not only does my branch manager know what's in my locker, you know, so I got married in 2008. And उस दिन jewelry आया था, so I don't wear gold or anything. You know, I'm completely digital. I think in my wallet also there's hardly any cash. And surprisingly, my branch manager in my bank actually has my locker key, okay? Because I gave it to him, and he said, "Sir, आप तो आते नहीं हो कभी, तो आप हमें दे दिया करो, हम रख लेंगे." And I said, "हाँ यार, I know you for like I know him. My father knows him, my mother, and I'm not a rich guy who has tons of hidden things in my locker." I said, "यार पड़ा हुआ है," and last time I needed something, the guy is so sweet. The sad part is that guy doesn't pitch to me a wealth account, right? He knows who is Varun, right? I think I can move the needle of his balance sheet with my friends and me because हम 10 लोग जब बच्चे थे, our parents opened for us these small accounts and said अच्छा 100 रुपए जमा करा दो. I have my passbook which I photo framed. That branch manager never calls me and says, "Varun, I have helped you for 20 years when you were nobody. I know you, your family." So I lost my mom last year. He was one of the first people to turn up. Right? And he came, and after all of that, the bank doesn't tell him, "Ki yaar, isko please ek wealth management account khulwa do," right? And I think that's the change that you talk about. But thank you. I think I earned my blue shirt. I'm very interested to have my blue shirt.
No, you're fantastic.
Right, so
really marvelous.
Thank you so much.
Thank
Thank you so much, sir. I request you to please remain on stage. I'd also like to invite on stage Mr. Devdatta Chand to give sir a memento of thanks. Sir, do you believe in Santa Claus? Mr. Sridhar, do you believe in Santa Claus? He decided to visit sooner than later. He's got his t-shirt. Sir, let us know if the size is okay for you. Thank you so much. Wow, that was truly fantastic. Thank you so much, sir, for that wonderful address. Now, if networking is your thing, this is your last opportunity to do so because this is going to be our last and final refreshment break. Can you believe it? We've come to this already. Of course, we're going to continue with sessions, but this is going to be a coffee break, tea break, whatever break you'd like to call it. So we're gunning in for the final stretch of this historic conclave, and we're giving you 15 minutes. Now, along with your tea and coffee, there's something really special for you. There's cake, okay? Some really yummy special cake. So please feel free to help yourselves to that. And also, before you go, everybody, before you go, I want you to have a look at the screen. So the picture that you took outside just a little while ago, I believe it's come out really, really, really well without me. But nevertheless, check it out. Oh, wow. Come on, guys. You need to be clapping more. I'm excited to see your picture. Look at that. That's a wonderful, fabulous, amazing picture. I'm just so happy to see everybody. Just like I said, you all look like one big happy family. You can keep the music playing, no worries. So, come on, everybody. Some more energy. Be happy. You know what? I used to have an account in North Pole. Unfortunately, I can't use it anymore. They froze it. Okay, those of you who get the joke, you can laugh later. All right, it's time for a tea break, coffee break. See you in 15 minutes. Enjoy yourself. Thank you.
playing real loud or real soft, take nice deep breaths.
Welcome back, everyone. Hi. Check, check, check. Oh, thank you. Okay. I hope you had a wonderful tea break, coffee break, and whatever your fuel was. And I hope you've tanked up sufficiently, because from here on, it's straight through the closure of Bob World Digital Conclave 2022. Now, before we proceed, okay, I would like to, as you can see, there's something very special on stage, and it looks gorgeous. Wow, you guys have to see this. Okay, so I'd like to invite on stage for this very special cake cutting our MD and CEO, Mr. Sanjeev Chadda. Please come on stage, sir. Our executive directors, Mr. Ajay K. Khurana, Mr. Vikramaditya Singh Kichi,
Mr. Deba Datta Chand, and Mr. Joydeep Datta Roy. And of course, the Chief Digital Officer, Mr. Akhil Handa. Please come on stage, sir. Everybody put your hands together. As they are going to cut this really, you have to see this cake. It's unique and it's so pretty. Okay, I'm not going to be part of this cake, otherwise I'll have my hands into it before anything else.
So MD sir has guided for the cake to be actually cut by the team who has organized this, and so let me just call upon stage Arun Kumar. Arun, please.
Come on, people. Well, where's all this applause? We need you to cheer them on. This is the team that has done so much for all of us. Wow! This is for us, by us, and for each of us.
Arun has said कि पर्दा नशी को बेपर्दा ना कर दूं तो अरुण मेरा नाम नहीं. So I'll take off my mask.
This is a historic moment for us. This is a historic moment. Thank you so much. How are we going to be, when are they going to get to eat this? When are we going to get to eat this cake? After this. Super. So the cake shall be taken off stage. The cutting shall be done and you can help yourselves. So thank you so much. And this is a huge congratulations to a wonderful, fabulous conclave conducted here today. So congratulations, team. So there's still so much to be absorbed from the erudite minds who have ascended to add so much value to this historic event, right? Now, for those of you who need to go to Betul Hall, we have all right, we have with us a preview of digital platforms and product pipelines for FY23, right? By B.S. Sitaram, Head Digital Platforms Assets. So he's going to be talking about digital lending products pipelines for FY23. If we need to go for that, that's happening at Betul Hall. Okay, I just had to make sure I'm saying the right thing. All right, our next session. Mr. Girish Manshani, definitely. He's here to preview digital platforms and products in the pipeline for FY23. He certainly boasts the credentials to do so. He heads one of the bank's digital platform verticals and it is under his watch that Bank of Baroda launched such innovative digital products as the wearable sub-brand Bob World Wave, the official launch of which we've all been privy to yesterday. As head digital platform payments and deposit, Bank of Baroda, he lends robust leadership and vision to the bank's digital future and thrust on technology. In fact, he has played a pivotal role in the success of the Bob World app, now a hot favorite amongst users. Mr. Manshani certainly is in it for the long run, well, both figuratively and literally. A health freak and a marathoner, he spent 24 years and counting as an eminent banker, building on his impressive dual qualifications of MBA and CFA. Let's get straight down to business. And over the next hour or so, that currency goes by the name of Mr. Girish Manshani. Put your hands together as he comes on stage. Come on, everyone. Let's welcome him with much more. Come on, everybody. Welcome, sir.
Presently, we are having the UPI component in the Bob world, but this is only for our existing customer. So to provide this facility for our NTB customers and to acquire new customer using the Bob world app, we are also integrating UPI in the other section also, in the pre-login page also, and also for the fund transfer part. Now you can do the fund transfer using the UPI and the fund transfer menu. Also, we are completed the development for the prepaid card and the reloadable card, which is the recommendation of the working the breakout session, and now we are working for the Forex card issuance through the Bob world. Also, yesterday we have launched the Bob world Gold, and this is the first persona-based application in the Bob world. Now we are working for the other persona-based application for the NRI customers, for the FI customers, for the farmers. So this we will launch in the current financial year. Also, we have integrated credit card in the tap banking, and now we are working for the credit card integration on the Bob world. So where the customer can avail all type of services in the Bob world, credit card related services, which are also a recommendation of the yesterday the breakout session. Device tokenization. Presently, we are having the COFT tokenization facility, but we are not having the device tokenization facility. Presently, we can do the ATM transaction using the Bob world. We can also do the e-com transaction using the comparison of facility available in the Bob world, but we cannot do the pass transaction. By implementation of the device tokenization, we can also provide the pass payment facility using the Bob world. You only need a smartphone which are NFC enabled. You can do all type of pass payment. This year we have revamped the mutual fund part in the Bob world. Now we are working with the wealth management department for the providing insurance facility through the Bob world. Also, wearable insurance. Yesterday we have launched the wearable, the Bob world wave, and the low-end variant. Previously we have launched the Bob world wave high-end variant. So all type of wearable issuance and management facility we are providing through the Bob world, and this is presently in the UAT phase. By the next month, we can release this. Also, the foreign outward remittance. So there is a demand from the customer that they want to do the outward remittance using the Bob world. So therefore, we are working for the providing this facility to the Bob world customers. And this is in the development stage, and within 2-3 months, we can definitely launch it. In addition to these, the business growth-oriented services, we are also providing some value-added services, because we want to provide the full ecosystem using the Bob world. So for this, we are working for the some voice-based application integration with the Bob world. So you can check balance using the voice-based command. The pharmacy services we have launched in the Bob world Golden. But now for the all other customer, we also want to launch this pharmacy services where you can order the pharmacy using the Bob world application. Also for the tax filings, we are selected the partner for the providing the tax filing services in the Bob world. And we will now start the integration part. Doctor on call, this we have already launched in the Bob world Gold. Now we want to integrate, provide the services for the other customers also in the Bob world application. Enabling e-mandate. Presently, we are providing the e-mandate using the merchant part, but now we also want to provide this facility in the Bob world so that customer can give the mandate from the their other bank accounts for the loan repayment or for SIP, also IRCTC. So we have successfully having partnership with the IRCTC, and now we are working for the integration. And this we will complete by the June end, and by the June end, you can do the IRCTC ticketing also from the Bob world. Also the digital gold. So yesterday we have discussed the JAR app, where you can save your balance further investing in the digital gold. We can also providing this facility in the Bubble app where you can invest in the digital gold and this you can also deliver physical gold also can be delivered to your doorstep. So this year we are targeting 270 plus services functionality in the Bubble, and this is the minimum number which we are targeting, and we will definitely achieve it. So these are some of the Bubble gold which we have launched yesterday. Also device tokenization which we are working. So in addition, Bubble, we are also having our application Baroda Connect for the retail and corporate customer. First thing, we want to rebrand it as a Bubble Internet. So this we will rebrand by the my end, and my end, our Baroda Connect application will be rebranded to the Bubble Internet. So we are providing various services. First thing, presently there is no option for the account opening or the investment in the government business schemes like the EKVP, senior citizen scheme, or the PPF, or the NPS. So all the things we are providing through the net banking for our retail and the corporate customers. Also the LRS, what we are doing in the Bubble app, we are also doing this in the net banking. Wearable also, we are providing end-to-end life cycle management from the issuance to the blocking also. We are providing all type of services in the Baroda Connect. Also, presently you can transfer the fund or you can use and see the balance of your account, but you cannot see the balance of your virtual account. The corporate want to know the balance of their virtual account, and they also want to having the facility of the transfer of fund from the account to the virtual account. So for this, we are also providing doing the integration with the Baroda Insta, and this we will implement it by the May or the June end. Also, presently we are not having the facility of the pre-approved loan, personal loan, and the 3-click loan facility which we are presently having in the Bubble, which is presently not available in the net banking. So we are doing this. Also, credit card integration, which we are doing with the Bubble. Same the things we are doing in the net banking. UPI payment, presently there is no facility of the payment using the UPI channel in the net banking. There is IMPS, NEFT, RTGS, but there are no UPI payment. So we are working to provide this facility in the. Also we have instant demat account opening using the NSDL, but this is not a fully integrated facility or fully native application. We are working to provide a native experience, and for this, which is also in our pipeline. In addition to these services, some value-added services we are providing, which are the bulk NEFT RTGS. Presently, our corporate customers are not having the facility of the bulk NEFT RTGS. So which is the basic demand which we are doing. In addition to bulk NEFT RTGS, we are having the bulk positive pay, bulk nominee updation. So that our corporate customer, which want to do this thing in a bulk, will use this facility. Also, NPS contribution, we are presently not having, which we are working. Card tokenization management, end-to-end cycle management, which we are working. And presently, our Baroda Connect application is available in the English. So we have converted some of the part in the Hindi, but we want to complete conversion in the Hindi by this financial year. Also, what we have done in the Bubble, the full UI UX revamping, which we are also working for the Baroda Connect, because this is a very basic UI UX. Presently, we are having the Baroda Connect, which we want to change. And also the credit score facility, what we are presently having in the Bubble. So by all these services and many more, we want to reach 210 plus services in the Baroda Connect in this financial year. So next is the tap banking. So presently, tap banking, we are providing only the account opening facility, and which is, we are very successful, and we are having the very good performance in the account opening part from the tap banking. But now we want to convert this tap banking as a tool for the business acquisition. Whether this will be a new account opening, whether this will be new government schemes, or whether this will be credit card, or the mutual fund, or the new merchant onboarding, all type of the business acquisition we want to do through the tap banking. So what we want to do, whenever my marketing manager go to the field, he can do all the things required by a corporate or the retail customer using the tap banking. He is not required to take an application, come to the branch and do this. We want that this could be instant do, and then he can instead do through the tap banking. So for this, we are having some plan. Like presently, we are having the current account opening facility for the individual, sole proprietor, and the partnership account. But now we want to have this facility for our private limited and the public limited customers. So for this, we are integrating with the PEN database and the Pro 42 database, so that all the detail we can obtain using the API from these services, and we have to only ask minimum document from the customer for the new current account opening for the company account. Also the government scheme, all type of government scheme, we want to provide account opening through the tap banking. Wealth management, we want to add the mutual fund, insurance option in the tap banking. Then FDRD account opening. We are having the only 7 current account opening. We don't have the FDRD account opening. So we want to provide the services through the tap banking. Also, we don't have the micro insurance or the other insurance scheme which we want to add. Then presently, all our merchant onboarding solution, we are doing the merchant onboarding using the manual process. We are having some form, the customer is required to fill the form, then this will go in a manual process, and then merchant onboarding is happening. So we want to digitize this merchant onboarding. For this, we are having a partnership in the Singji, which we will use for the digitalization of all the merchant account onboarding. So from end to end, all the things will be done using the tap banking. Presently, we are doing this for the UPI QR. Whenever a customer is opening an account, and if he is selecting for UPI QR, then there is a STP process where the QR will be generated and dispatched to the customer address with the standee and the other material. Same thing we want to do for the PASS application, Bhima Aadhaar, and the IPG. And also there are startup current account, which account opening facility is not available in the tap banking, so we want to implement this. In addition to this, there are some value-added services, like the DFS has given a target of the opening of the 8 digital business unit by the 15th July. And there are 2 parts in the digital business unit. One is the self-service zone, and one is the state zone. So the state zone facility will be provided through the tap banking. So we have requested working for the providing 30 plus facility using the tap banking, and we are covering all the facility required by the DFS and the IBF and the RBI for the digital business unit using the tap banking. And some of the functionality requested by in the DBU by the RBI are customer complaint feedback, KYC update, mobile banking register, internet banking register, debit card service, and the IPG lead gens. These are the services requested by the RBI for the DBU. And also the mobile banking and the internet banking registration, presently we are having bundle with the account opening process. So we want to provide this facility for our ETB customer also. So whenever a new account is opening, we are providing this facility, but we are not providing the customer which are not availed the service previously. So we want to provide this outside the account opening also, so that customer can avail this services. Also, we also want to change the brand from the Baroda debit to the Bobworld tab, because we are having now the digital banking brand, which is the Bobworld, and we want to add all the product in the Bobworld brand. Also the UPI. UPI, presently, we are having a separate application and the Bhim Baroda Pay. So first of our plan is to go for a one app, which is available for the NTB and the ETB customer also. Presently, UPI services available in the BAB world for the ETB customer. Once we will provide the UPI for the NTB through BAB world, we are having a single app for providing all type of services through the UPI services through the BAB world. So this is our roadmap for a single app. Also, what Pravina Madam has also told, UPI 123, which they have recently launched. We are also working for the implementing this for our bank, and we are going for with our partner ToneTech for providing this facility, so that feature phone users can also use the UPI facility. Also, looking to the increase in the transaction volume and the multifold increase of the transaction volume, we are also upgrading our infrastructure to handle the large number of volume from the UPI. Also, there is a UPI Lite, where a small value payment up to 200 rupees we can do without connecting to the CVS. So for this UPI Lite, we are implementing this, and we will implement within the timeline given by the NPCI. UPI registered through Aadhaar. Presently, what is happening? Only customer is having only one option, the UPI registration using the debit card. So some of the customers are not having the debit card, or they don't want to use this. So for this, we are also providing an alternative option whereby they can register using the Aadhaar in data. Also, we are enabling UPI for NRI, UPI CMS integration to provide the fund transfer facility to the virtual account. UPI Mapper, this is also a very big project and a very priority project for us, where presently we are having the VPA, which is alphanumeric. Now there is a numeric VPA is also there without any bank name, and this will be universal VPA used, which were maintained by the UPI NPCI at their end. So this is 8 to 11 digit number which customer can choose. If this is a 10 digit number, this would be a mobile number of the user based on the mobile number authentication. If this is 8 to 10 digit, the customer can select 8 to 9 digit, customer can select as per his choice. So UPI Mapper we are also implementing, and also the demand from the field that we should have common or the universal QR. Presently, we are having the Bharat QR in the BAB world, but we are working for the universal QR, which can scan the Bharat QR also and the UPI QR also. So you can do all type of the QR payment using the BAB world. So for this, we are integrating in the BAB world. This is for now we are also doing various things on the merchant side, which is first is the e-rupee phase 2, which we are the first bank which has provided a demo to the NHA, and also we are working with the other state government like the Haryana government, Himachal government, or the MP government to provide a solution for the distribution of the government fund to the beneficiaries. So I think we will complete this by the May 1st or the second week, and we are continuously working with the NPCI for this. Also, we are also doing some customization in the merchant onboarding process. So there should be a standard merchant onboarding process, and there will be, and based on the requirement from the field, we can provide this type of services. And also we are working for the UI/UX revamping and the other merchant onboarding use cases, so that we can integrate more and more merchant using the UPI and generate fee income and the business from the customers. So we are targeting 90 plus services by the March 23. So in addition, this is the WhatsApp banking. We have launched in the 2020. And we are providing most of the non-financial services using the WhatsApp banking. Now we want to add more and more services like the Positive Pay other loan lead generation, other locker requests, account-related services, mini statement, account statement, TDS certificate, tax payment. Also, you can also book from the hotel, bus, or the flight ticket using the WhatsApp banking. You can also open the FDR so that if you are our customer, you can book a FDR using the WhatsApp banking. A small value recharge of the mobile or the DTH. Also, other information services like the loan and deposit inquiry. We are also integrating this with our account opening system, whether this will be a tape banking or the CBS. So whenever a customer is opening an account, he will receive a welcome message in the WhatsApp, and he can also use this WhatsApp channel for the non-financial services. And we can also push various promotional messages using the WhatsApp. So for this, we have developed the middleware, which we will use for this type of push message. Also, last year we have implemented this in the Hindi. Now for this year, we are working for providing this in the other language like the Gujarati. And reskinning of the WhatsApp, which I will show in the next slide. Credit card services and the customer feedbacks capturing using the WhatsApp banking. So we are targeting 65 plus services by the March 23. So presently, this is the screen which we are using in the WhatsApp, where customer is required to type the hi, and he is also required to type the number, the service number 1, 2, 3, or whatever number is of services. From this approach, we want to go for a new approach where customer is required to only select the option. He want to select the option for the balance inquiry. He want to select the option for the checkbook. So he is not required to type anything. He only have to check what option he want. And through this, we are simplifying the journey of the WhatsApp banking. Also, we are also providing an option of the providing catalog. Like we are having the deposit side also and the loan side also, we are having the various product. So if you go for a deposit product, you want to see the deposit product, a catalog will open what type of deposit product we are having. And if you go for loan, what type of the loan product he is having. And also he can do the other action using this catalog. So this is the new customer journey which we are launching in the next 1 or 2 months. So next is the Bob World Wave. So yesterday we have launched the leather keychain and also the PVC keychain. Now we are working for the mobile sticker. You are only required to add this in your mobile, and you can do the payment using your mobile. This is back side, you have to stick this, and now you are not required to carry anything, whether this will be watch or the keychain or your credit card or the wallet. You are only required to use your mobile phone for the all type of this pass payment. So next is debit card tokenization. So we have implemented the debit card tokenization using the network tokenization services. So we are using the services provided by the NPCI, Visa, MasterCard for the network tokenization. And in this process, all the tokenization is done at the network end. And all the detail and token will be saved at the network end. Now we want to move from the network tokenization to the issuer tokenization. In the issuer tokenization, all the tokenization is completed at the issuer end. So we are having all the data, all the tokens, and also in this process, we are not required to move some our honest transaction using the network. We can directly move internally, and we are not required to pay any switching fee and all other fees to the network. And there are the multiple benefit in the network issuer tokenization, like the transaction cost reduction, more security because we are handling all the tokenization at our end, So we want to shift from the network tokenization to the issuer tokenization in this year. So these are the existing product which we are having. We are also exploring some more product to be launched in this financial year to increase the number of the product handled by our department. So first is the API banking. So we are closely working with the IT department for providing the API banking services to our corporate customers and the fintech companies to leverage the API available with our bank and also earn the fee income and the increase in the business. So we are having the multiple APIs which we want to use for this matter, and there are the multiple solution, NPCI solution is also there, Infinite, which we are also exploring, and we are also exploring other solution, the API banking solution in coordination with the IT department. So there are the multiple use case which we can use for the API banking, like the account management, or the prepaid card management, prepaid card issuance, or the lending services, or the KYC updation. So all these use cases we are exploring, and we have also provided a list of the use cases which we want to work with the IT department, and IT department is working for the API of these, so that we can provide a comprehensive solution to our corporate customers and the partners. So there are some of the benefit which we can get from the API banking, and these are some revenue side also, there are some business side also, and there are some potential for the cost and upselling of our product. So we can get a income from the partners which we are providing the services. So there are the multiple revenue opportunity in the API banking which we want to explore. Also, we also want to work on the voice banking, and for this we are working with the various partners, whether this will be Alexa, or the Google Assistant, or the Siri, so that we can provide this type of services to our customer, where they can get the non-financial information using this voice-based application. And presently only 2-3 banks are providing this type of services, and we also want to add this in our kitty. So these are the product which we are working, and we will implement in this financial year. So this is from my side. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Okay.
Any questions for sir? May we have the mic, please?
Sir, after coming up the FASTag system for collection of toll taxes, I think we should also have a license as a FASTag acquirer bank. Because this business is now going to other banks, they are holding CASA deposits for 2-3 days, and thereafter we get back the things. If the toll plaza owner is our customer, then in that case.
So the department has already explored this option, but what we are seeing, there is a very thin margin in the FASTag acquiring business. Okay. Previously, when this was started, there is a good margin, but now the margin is very thin, and there are some companies which are going with a zero margin, or the very less charges. And looking to the high investment in this activity, the thin margin is not sufficient to recover our cost. Okay. So therefore, we have not started this business from our side. But if there will be any opportunity, we are ready to provide this service.
And one more question, sir. See, now looking to the PM Swanidhi scheme, which we are financing, all banks are financing. So if we need to popularize the Bob world in the FI, non-FI section group, poor people, if you can link PM Swanidhi portal with our Bob world, so that all the disbursement of PM Swanidhi would be done by the Bob world, then it will penetrate to the village masses also.
Yeah. So presently we are having the unsecured loan part, we are having the personal loan, and now we are working for the integration of the other unsecured loan disbursement and the sanctioning in the Bob world. We are starting with the Mudra first, and then we are also having a plan for this type of the loan, disbursement and the sanction using the Bob world.
But sir, number-wise, PM Swanidhi will be more.
Yeah.
Mudra numbers are very small, and Swanidhi is much more.
Yeah.
So we will be able to penetrate village people.
Yeah. So this is in the pipeline.
Okay. And one more thing. Can we allow rollover of the BKCC product through the Bob world?
Yeah.
Because rollover is simply it is a cash credit limit. Yeah. So farmers can repay and can withdraw the money.
So
based on the DP.
Yeah. So what I have said that we are having plan for the all type of unsecured loan in this financial year. So we are started from the personal loan. Now we are going for the Mudra loan. Therefore, thereafter there are the other plan like the BKCC, like the PM Swanidhi, and the other government sponsor scheme also, where there is no security creation is there through the Bob world. And wherever there is a security creation, we will go up to the sanction stage and whatever the decided by our digital lending team. So we are, this is already in plan.
And last question, sir. Practical question again. We have 4 hours cooling period for remitting, especially 4-5 lakhs we are remitting. So beneficiary registration requires 4 hours cooling period. Okay. So what happened in some of the sectors like APMC or where mandis are working, their farmers comes and they bargain with the buyer about the price of the commodities. And instantly they want advance payment of 5 lakhs, 10 lakhs, instantly. For that they will not wait for 4-5 hours. So on the spot, buyer has to make advance payment 5 lakhs, 10 lakhs. So in that case, they are not able, even though we have financed them, but they are constant to open current account with other banks. And that CASA other banks are maintaining.
So we have to have a good balance between the security and the convenience.
That is so, so my request is, can we give some discretion to the regional head or zonal head, or on the recommendation of regional head or zonal head, can bank allow to a particular customer? It is not for all customer. Particular 5, 10, 50 customer can be allowed.
So we will explore this because this is not in plan, but we will definitely scope that customization of the cooling period, looking to the customer recommendation from the regions and zone. We will definitely explore.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Thank you so much. We have a question. Okay, we have just 2 more questions. We'll take, the gentleman actually stood up at the back first. I apologize, and then we come to you, sir. Yes, sir.
Good afternoon, sir. No questions. It is just 2 requests. Basically, can we have amazing development advancements in the product side? But the integration...
your voice is not clear, please.
Sir, the integration and other coordination between zonal region with the BCC, it is taking a lot more time than the customers are expecting, sir. So to streamline that, can we, for the major customers, like one of our customers is PCMC, and we had to give all the solutions by March 31st. Till now, we have not been able to do it. So for these kind of, one-off kind of projects or something, can we have some advanced tracking? And one more request, like in retail banking, liabilities department has given 1 SPOC for each zone. Can that be done for digital also? These are the 2 requests.
Okay. So you are talking about the IPG part?
No, all sir. 1 SPOC. See,
I think the first part, the PCMC part.
PCMC, like if these kind of projects are there, some major projects is there, we want some advanced tracking, like there are some 12, 13 requirements, and each team is looking after different requirement. So for coordinating with each team, I'll have to make 12 calls. Like if that team itself makes one update, and then like we get to know, just by following up with the team itself, not teams, multiple teams. It is taking the whole time and finally getting the answer, and like lot of time is spent in just getting the information alone, sir. So if some advanced tracking software, because see, so many advancements have been done on the tech side. This is some simple project management only. Can that be done? It's just a request. And if that cannot be done, one SPOC for zone weight is required, sir.
Yeah. So all the JDMs and the ICMs and the RDMs are our SPOC, are our extended
no, sir, we
arm.
want a SPOC in BCC, sir.
SPOC in BCC. So there are, for each and every product, we are having the escalation metrics. Whether this will be WhatsApp banking, internet banking, or the barcode, we are having the escalation metrics. And there are the 3-tier escalation metrics. And we are having the email ID and the mobile number of all these persons. So I will once again share this to all the regions and zones, which you can connect for anything related to the product development part. Similar thing we are having for the operation part also and for the business part also. So we will share a combined escalation metric to you once again, I think by this week or by the next week.
Thank you. And the gentleman here, sir.
Girish, I have come across huge opportunities like this thing, fast tag we have got. So recharge facility for this thing, I mean, electricity boards, discom companies are coming up with smart meters. The smart metering for prepaid this thing, prepaid cards. That card you this thing, I mean, just inject and your electricity will come. So there is a huge opportunity in this thing, recharging those cards.
Okay.
So I took it with this thing, I mean, Akhil also. So are we working on that?
So whenever there is a business opportunity, we are ready to work, and we are also providing the electricity company. If you see, we are also having some of the electricity company in our BBPS system also, and for the prepaid system also, we are ready to work. If you are having any particular use case, please share with us, and we will definitely work on this.
With Akhil. And this will not only in Lucknow, this will be across the across the country, and it will be huge, I guess.
Yeah. So what we are doing, whenever we are doing any partnership or any business case with any particular zone or the region, we are sharing this with all the zones and regions. So the same type of the use case you can implement in your zone and your region also. Like what we have done for the AIMS, Devdhar, for the UPI part, there are the multiple projects which we have done, which we are sharing continuously so that the same can be implemented in the other zones and regions also. And we are always ready to integrate with any big company or the government institution whenever there is a business opportunity. So we are ready, sir. We request you to please share the detailed proposal so that we can start working.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. All right. So we end our Q&A on that note. Yeah. Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you, madam.
Please give sir a round of applause for his wonderful presentation. And thank you for all your insights and way forward, sir, on the various digital platform products. Okay, just to inform you all, there's a parallel session going on at Betul Hall. And for those of you who would like to attend, the topic is Advanced Analytics Use Cases in BFSI by Professor Ravi Vadlamani. So you may leave if you like to attend that session at this point of time. All right, so now we are down to the very last speaker session at Bob World Digital Conclave 2022. To take us across the finish line, he's the man with a lucky charm when it comes to digital-first strategy, product, sales, and marketing. Of course, it has more than helped to have his entrepreneurial mindset and robust cross-platform tech background. He spent the past 20 years successfully building and scaling high-growth products and businesses in an international corporate environment. He is a proven management record in rapid business growth and transformation of tech entities. A deep understanding of businesses, sales, and technology helps him deliver strong products and high-impact solutions, while an efficient network of associates and partner channels helps him quickly penetrate new market segments. A much sought-after trainer and speaker, he also lectures at IIM Bangalore. All that's left for me, as I invite this indomitable entrepreneur to the podium, is to fit name to profile. Please welcome on stage Mr. Alap Ghosh, Head Data and Technology Partnerships, Google, who will hold forth on automation towards segment of one marketing. Put your hands together as we welcome him on stage. Good afternoon, sir.
Hang it in. Hi, folks. When somebody talks about you in third person, it's a very unusual thing. Like, I didn't know who they were talking about for like at least 5 minutes until she actually stopped and my photo popped up. Like, अच्छा मेरे बारे में बात कर रही है. अच्छी बात है. क्या हो गया? 1 second, we'll just get started. Huh? हो गया ना? Something will happen. There. चल हम साथ में ट्राई करते हैं. That won't go. Yes, we have finally managed to get somewhere. Sorry to keep you waiting. This is obviously not a very hot topic for people to talk about, but we're going to try and make it interesting today. The concept of customer segmentation and where customer segmentation has gone, we start looking back a few years and we start realizing that with every new digital touch point that's created, customers create data, and there are 3 layers of data that they'll end up creating. Number 1 is what identifies them uniquely to us, who are they as individuals, and how can we trace them in the internet universe. Then there is descriptors about themselves, their demographics, their location, and then there is more fast-moving or relevant data, which is more transactional in nature. And with every digital touch point, every time a customer goes to a new website, a new mobile application, and not necessarily related to what you present as Bob to your customers, but even in general, they're doing like a million things. In fact, their banking interactions probably would be the least in terms of volume if you look at their weekly average consumption of on-screen time. Now, which means there are a tremendously large number of distractions for a consumer. To some points, and this was something that Praveena and us were talking about yesterday, that for a customer to pay attention to things like how they can be safe, it's difficult for us to keep them captivated and keep their attention on, because they're probably going to be watching an Instagram video, or fortunately there's no TikTok now, but at least Instagram is there to keep them confused, and so is YouTube. So in such an environment, what we want to do is we want to eliminate waste. We want to talk to people more intimately, more individually, and we want to make sure that every message that's going out to them, they feel like it's more about them. That said, this is not new. The expectation of having a segment of one and knowing your customer intimately has been around for about 7 to 10 years at least, since the CRM business started. And since then, what's happened is, while obviously everyone here are good, conscientious marketers and will make sure that they're responsible with the data that they're getting, it's not always the case. The rest of the world is fairly, how do I say this? They are careless and insensitive about how customer data is being used. They tend to react immediately. And I think a lot of us have obviously seen that. Some of us enjoy it when you're going and searching something on Amazon, and then suddenly there's an ad that pops up the next place you go, and the next place you go, and it's following you all over the internet. And that's okay for some of us because that acts like a reminder mechanism, but it's not okay for most of us because we're like, ye picha kyun kar raha hai mera? Wo bhi ek ad mera picha kar rahi hai. It's a very disconcerting feeling for some of us. Now, obviously, Indians are more forgiving. We generally are more forgiving and welcoming. So we're okay with these ads following us around. But when do you draw the line? And when does that become almost on the borderline of abuse, misuse, or fraud? To prevent any of this from happening, obviously there are several initiatives that the users are themselves taking. I don't know if you guys are aware of technologies. You probably know about technologies like VPN. But VPNs obfuscate a user's ability to be traced on the internet. Now, people are opting in to either use browsers that are VPN enabled or use entire applications on their mobile phones that make them untraceable. What that does is it limits your ability to recognize these users, and the segment of one that you're trying to create usually gets massively stifled, or you have to start from zero all over again in building the customer profile and understanding until the customer declares who they are. And it gets overcomplicated sometimes. The second is people who are the custodians and owners of technology themselves are clamping down on what you can do with customers. For example, Safari and iOS as an operating system deprecated the use of third-party cookies. Now, this sounds a little bit more jargonish than it's required to be. What it essentially means is I can't share. If I am, say, India First, and I want to share some information with Bank of Baroda, I can't seamlessly do it the way I used to before, because the browser doesn't permit me to use the technology required to share data between the two organizations, which limits the functionality of what you can do with segment for one. And third, for consumers and for the good of the users at the end of the screen, governments are now coming up with policies that are preventing certain types of data warehousing and data usage, especially customer profile data. They're not allowing you to remember the customer. There'll be guardrails, very strict guardrails. The data privacy law, so the data protection bill, which eventually will turn into a law, will ensure that at least there is some penalty associated with the guardrails that any marketer breaks. And again, this is because, and I know realistic, if any one of you have tried to search for a home loan recently, your number is with everybody and their mother-in-law. You will get messages for places that you've never even heard of, right? I have never heard of Taloja, and I keep getting 1 BHK opportunities in Taloja, which I'm never going to use, but they do come. So the abuse, the rampant abuse of customer data has led to people clamping down on how effectively can you create a segment of one and take people through the personalization that you want to take them through. So how is this technology changing? We obviously came from an era where there was no data, no visibility, no segmentation, nothing. This obviously was the broadcast era where we're like, okay, let's just talk to everybody. And those who get our message will start conversations with us and we'll engage with them over time and they'll understand what we're saying to them. Which then led to digital and the rise of the precision era, where we said using pieces of technology, you can have very individual, very one-on-one conversations, even with people that you don't know, because when you start talking to them, the technology that you're using is allowing you to have a mental picture of who that individual is before you even start the conversation. That then went through a cycle of abuse, and now we are in something that we call the predictive era, where we are now using machine learning and we are using advanced statistical methodology to make sure that we know more about a customer without intruding in their lives. Our definitions of what we need to know, earlier in this session, I heard somebody saying a lot of things about how intimately their branch manager knows them. It kind of scared me, right? Because I'm not that kind of a person. I don't want people to know me so intimately. वो भी मेरा bank manager, yes, I love him, but not that much. That's just creepy. So when you want to set those guardrails about how much you want to know somebody, you will now have to start predicting what their likes or what their intention is going to be, as opposed to having that explicit, confident, accurate, and fresh information that you need, that you would rather demand or expect as a brand to talk to your consumer. This is just one of the challenges that we are facing, right? Our customers are getting smarter. They've got so many options today that building a relationship has to be spectacular moments of brand association, not average moments, not I did something for you, not incremental feature sets, versioning. No, you'll have to blow their minds. And there are a lot of people out there that are trying to blow their minds, by the way. Like people pouring money into very creative campaigning or very intelligent conversations, or personalizations actually taken offline, where we're like, no, I'll have that intimate conversation with you instead of expecting a machine to have that conversation with you. All of this interaction is leading to a lot of data being created. Sabke data ke khile bane hue hain. Every company has got their own silo of data. Within a company, there are multiple departments that have silos of data, and they don't even realize that there is so much data available in our organization, and we can actually interpolate that data and use it somewhere. User expectations are rising as well. They will constantly keep comparing, because obviously on the phone it's so easy for you to add something to a home screen, have an experience, and within a few seconds dismiss something that you didn't like and never visit it again for 6 months, and you've just lost that customer for 6 months, even though you're continuously trying to talk to them. The industry is changing. What was acceptable before is not acceptable now. Technology adoption is rapid. Technology pricing is going a little awry because people are hoping that we can bridge the gap of digital transformation through massive investment. But it doesn't always work that way, because technology debt, or the inability to use technology at the right time, it accrues over time, and eventually it's not something that you can solve with throwing money at the problem. It's about throwing the right people and the right resources at the problem. And the right technology. What is the right technology? What constitutes as something that we can use, that you can use, that your consumers can use? I saw this beautiful presentation right now about how you guys are using WhatsApp and leveraging those capabilities of the technology. But how can you extend that into becoming something that's more not just transactional, but utilitarian? I see there is a doctor on call. How can you bring that doctor on WhatsApp? Because I think having a conversation with a new doctor is a certain degree of sensitivity. And unless it comes from a very strong recommendation, you don't want to talk to a doctor that you don't know. So how can you start it in a medium which is more acceptable for you to start a conversation and then graduate to someone making a phone call for the doctor on call? These are just some examples of how you can onboard the right technologies to have the right conversations. And before we address any of those, we try and figure out what is the hierarchy of segmentation, that when we start segmenting users, in the future, how do we need to look at these users in order to take the right strategic decisions about them? For example, there will be users, there is a very interesting banking term. I'm sorry, I'm new to banking, but we just discussed this term yesterday. It's new business user, no, new banking user, NBU. NTU, yes, thank you so much, NTU. So the unknowns are those people, the people that you have never spoken to, who know about you, but you don't know anything about them. You don't know how to reach out to them. They're just a figment of our imagination until they come at our branch and they start talking to us. right? Then there are people who are prospects, who are known, who are identified, who've given us some method to communicate with them, but they've not really signed up for our services. And the third segment, or the macro segment, for the lack of a better word, is your actual customers. And when you talk about segmentation and building personalization within those segments, it actually starts from down up, where your segments actually start at the bottom with your own customers. You take that learning and you extend that learning to your prospects. And finally, your prospects inform you about where to look for more such prospects and where is it that the unknowns reside, because new business acquisition is always in that unknown space as opposed to where you know people or where you already have a business relationship with them. And each of them correspond to places where they aggregate in the digital universe, and how those can then be channelized into creating interesting customer journeys, each of which is an opportunity to personalize and have an intimate conversation. So we're now faced with a universe where there is lesser data, there's more complexity, privacy will become the norm, we can't avoid it. There are obviously ways in which people are trying to circumvent the privacy challenge, but it's not necessarily going to be very easily available. So is a segment of one actually practical when you're talking about your prospects and your unknowns? Yes, a segment of one is realistic for your customers, but your customers is your base. That's where you're going to find incremental growth, where cross-sell and upsell and those functions work. New business is always on the top. Being attractive to the top gives you a healthy feedback in terms of what business you've built and whether that's actually getting you the next generation of customers who probably, yes, they're not new to banking, but they're new to you. How can we attract those customers and give them a richer experience? So even for a digital first business, if I had to put like a Swiggy hat on or something of that, there are so many customers that are technically undesirable. This is a factoid from the food tech industry, that 50% of all the consumers in all the users of food tech services are undesirable to the business because the cost of infrastructure to remember those segments and just to be able to recall them in real time is so large that the ARPU does not justify making that investment. And if the ARPU doesn't justify making that investment, 50% of your infrastructure cost is just something that you're doing because you're in a market where you've accidentally attracted the wrong kind of people using the wrong kind of incentive. In such a case, what does segmentation then actually look like? Segmentation is, again, in those three cohorts where you've got unknowns, which is the top of your funnel, which represents users that you don't know and you want to start a dialogue with. The middle of the funnel are the prospects and the leads and the people who've declared their intent in some way. And the bottom of the funnel is your customers, people who have actively engaged and have gone over the finish line and become your customers. And for each of those, there are segmentation strategies that are prevailingly available. And using those segments and starting to look at all of these as blocks of users instead of individual users is privacy safe. It makes sure that you have continuity, your systems have reusability, and you can have a more intimate conversation with a group of people. Right? For example, in this room itself, the one thing that binds everybody in this room is everybody belongs to Bob in some way or the other. Right? We as partners, you as people who are teammates, all of you belong to them. This cohort represents a large number of homogeneity and a large number of personalization opportunities as well. If we start in the homogeneous environment and then slowly earn our way into becoming closer and then start our segmentation process, is usually going to be a much better way to look at it. There are some strategies that are readily available. I see a lot of phones coming up. That's nice. I like it. But try and think of behavioral segments where someone has actually gone out there and said, I'm frustrated with a particular type of interface of banking, where somebody said, I'm looking for a new bank account, I'm looking for a new loan. These all look like search keywords, but they actually start becoming segmentation opportunities because the need state based on the terms used is very different. When somebody says, I'm in market, I want a personal loan, that's very different from someone saying personal loan rates in India, right? Those are two different segments of customers that you have ample of opportunity to talk to and at scale so that you can push them through your funnel. audiences that look like people who you've been successful with. So if you built a cohort of your best customers who you consider as your golden profile, and you then want to push those customers and try and find more people like those, artificial intelligence technologies, machine learning technologies, which Anant will speak about later, enable you to find those prospects in the open universe, in the unknown universe, turn them into prospects, and then eventually turn them into customers. Then there are audiences from third parties, and this is where things get a little murky, right? Because when you go and speak to a third party in terms of what data they're providing to you, number one is trust. Why should you believe that the data that they're giving you is actually fresh or relevant or real? Second is their method of defining what that segment is. For example, someone looking for an auto loan implicitly is somebody who is in market to buy an automobile. But that doesn't necessarily mean that they have the range of purchase power or that that intent was not more than 2 months old. In 2 months, somebody's either bought a car or they've stopped looking for a car. I don't think anybody is going to go beyond that. So that, again, becomes an opportunity for you to segment further and start thinking of segments of many, segments of interest, segments of intent, segments of need states, life stages. Each of those become interesting segments that you have the ability to power with. I won't go on more. This obviously will be information that's available to you later. But I will illustrate this with an example that when we work with large conglomerates that are looking at data from different departments, now what lands up happening is that all of them are still trying to talk to the same user. They're still trying to talk to the same set of people. And each of these businesses or each of these products or lines of business or partnerships or whichever may be representative of these many groups, all of these are still talking to the same customer. And that creates a quagmire of problems where the solution is about creating not just the ability to segment your customers, but also to unite all of your data sources that describe your customers and reduce the amount of friction that you create between businesses. For example, speaking to the same customer means you're duplicating your marketing costs. Speaking to the same customer on the same digital interface means you are cannibalizing their attention. Speaking to the same user on the same interface also means that you are reducing the probability that they will either be familiar with you or not be familiar with you. It'll cause fatigue. Your communication message will become boring, will become redundant. They'll not like any of that. The minute you start pooling all of these and sequence your conversations, where you say, okay, my first step is going to be to talk to them about product A. Only when I have completely clarified that product A is not going to work, then the segment moves to product B. That way, you're making sure that your resources are used optimally. There is lesser friction in the same environment between your customer needs. You're communicating at the right time. Why timing becomes important is because relevance is equal to time. If at that given moment, if that opportunity exists, it may not exist in the future. Cross-selling and upselling becomes easier because you now know that this profile is exportable to other parts of the business or to other partners within my business. And each one of them can come in and participate in this massive data gathering exercise, all of which is built on trust and on cooperation. Yeah, I think we'll pause for some questions because this was the marketing piece. We are now going to switch to something that's more technical in nature. Do anyone have any questions about what was presented right now? Or segmentation in general? You guys are a tough crowd. I was seeing the MC continuously trying to make you guys laugh or get a reaction. There was a beautiful joke that she cracked that nobody got. So, now yeah, the North Pole one. Who said that? The North Pole one, yes. The North Pole one. It actually was so bad, it was really good. Okay. All right, I'm going to ask Anant to please come and continue this conversation for us. Thank you so much.
So thanks, Alap, and I know
I'm deeply aware of the fact that I'm probably the last person standing between a hungry audience and their lunch. So I'll be quick. I think the interesting portion about segmentation, segment of one, is the topic that was for the day, I think has been covered. I'll probably kind of, try and put it in a slightly more simplistic manner for bankers, right? As banks, as Bank of Baroda, I think we are excellent in terms of managing our existing customer segments, understanding their needs, looking at each and every branch, the 20,000, 50,000 people that we service from that branch, knowing intimately in terms of their our customers' needs, etc. How much cross-sell are we doing, etc. Right? So that's the bottom segment that Alap spoke about, right? Which we understand, existing customers, right? We also probably understand a bit about our prospects, right? What we are trying to automate, right? And I'll probably kind of switch to the aspect of automation as well, right? What we are trying to automate is that how do we run successful campaigns on the rails that we have laid already, right, as a bank. Girish spoke about a lot about the digital initiatives that the bank has already taken. You've invested in WhatsApp, you've invested in tab banking, you've invested in, you have an excellent application, you have invested in digital presence, you've invested in internet, you've invested in mobile apps of different kinds. You're also trying to build the ecosystem together. You're also trying to build a marketplace together, right? So there is rails, if I may say so, already available on which you can ride, right? What does segment of one lead to, right? Segment of one essentially, as we see it, as marketers, as infrastructure providers, two-in-one from a Google perspective, to us, what segment of one means essentially is a deep desire to understand our customers or potential customers whom we do not understand today, right? And which is where we started at the top of the funnel with the unknown customers, right? Which is where the power of digital also comes into play, that, how can I leverage digital or digital channels to understand my potential customer base better, right? With the rails being laid, right? With all the, infrastructure being laid, both digital and physical already, right? The thing that we need to do now with this segment of one is actually to kind of look at customer journeys or potential customer journeys that I need to enable, right? Which is where, automation kind of comes into play, right? All the data that, external data that Alap spoke about, right, in terms of behavioral data, what would a Google potentially kind of give you, right? For example, a Google, right from, when we have to search for a particular movie, to a particular person, to particular subject, etc. We all search on Google at least 20 to 30 times a day, right, in terms of various aspects that we might be looking for. That's one kind of data, right? What are people searching for, right? Can we infer some interest from them? Yes, we can, right? Second, we all look for videos on YouTube, right, for our learning, for our information dissemination, etc. So can we look at viewing patterns? What kind of videos is per person interested in, right? How many people actually look at educational videos, right? It'll be interesting to see that, in a particular cohort is 40-50% actually of the time being spent on YouTube is actually on educational videos, and what time periods are they looking at, right? Where do people go to? Google Maps, right? And what's the kind of preferences they have in terms of eating history, right? Are they searching for more restaurants? Are they searching for more petrol pumps? Are they searching for more, what kind of buildings are they searching for, right? All the data is available from Google Maps perspective. So what are we talking about? We're talking about behavioral data of people, right? And that's what essentially we are looking at when we are trying to understand the behavior of a person whom we don't know, right? And which is what makes this problem even more interesting, that how do we, without knowing the person, have a user journey created on the rails that we have already laid, right? Which is what we're trying to say that, no, first of all, let's try to collect the data, right? Alap also spoke about cohort vis-a-vis individual data, right? Obviously, individual data is highly protected. PII data we cannot share. Nobody can share. Even within Google, we can't share with each other, right? So, so from that perspective, it is cohorts, and that's where the power of cohorts comes in, right? So how do I kind of start to create more like us or more like a particular kind of profile, right? Kind of cohorts, right? How do we quickly try and test market them
through looking at, is that kind of cohort available with my customer base, and how are they performing, right? That's where the intention of CRM, data lake, policy administration system, or banking administration systems, etc., comes into play, right? So marrying the external data that you might be getting from public properties like Google, Facebook, etc., looking at campaigns that you might be running on different digital and physical media, and looking at their effectiveness on particular cohorts, looking at your internal data, right, of bank, and looking at third-party data that you'll also be subscribing to, which is like credit bureaus, scoring data, aggregator data, etc., right? And then trying to look at how should I create a segment, probably not of one initially, but a cohort, and then within that start to gain consent of people, so that they become, then I can actually become a segment of one for them, right? I can create a personalized journey for them once they give me consent to look at, right? So that's what the first stage is, right? The entire analysis on that, essentially, that needs to be done. So through a mixture of machine learning models and artificial intelligence that is built on top of that data, which is the next step of automation, right? And third is activation of these campaigns, of these journeys, essentially, which potentially will give you the bang for the buck, right? Which is what we're looking for in terms of having more and more people come to Bank of Baroda and becoming our customers, right? So that's the activate cycle, right? There again, there is activation can be done either digitally or physically. Digital activation potentially can be done, in an automated manner. Physical activation is more closer coordination with your contact center, with your email channels, with your field force, etc., and getting that tracking done. The one critical portion that I would probably like to highlight in this as well is that the entire cycle, the biggest challenge that companies face today is actually traceability of where I began and what's the effectiveness of this entire cycle, right? So there again, it's very important to kind of have a single unique ID, right? So for example, any Google, every one of us, right, today has a unique Google ID which is known to Google, right? Whether I, as Anant, log into search, Gmail, Maps, YouTube, or any other Google property, all my activity is tracked by Google by one unique ID, right? Which is the same unique ID that is passed on to the journey through this data enrichment exercise as well, right? So therefore, tomorrow, if Bank of Baroda is prospecting, let's say, Anant, and Anant actually is able to be onboarded as a customer through the activation cycle, we will know exactly what we did during this entire cycle and what journeys were successful, so that we can scale those journeys and not suppress the others, right? I will not spend too much time on this. I think a large part of time was already spent by Alap on this. I think what is the external data that probably will kind of is collected is the ones in blue, which is the demographic profiles, attribute, characteristic, behavioral data, right? Similarly, it is also added from a needs, preferences, opinions in terms of what we are buying, what we are searching, what we are viewing, etc., is all behavioral tags, right, that kind of come in through from an external perspective. Transacting tags come from within the bank, right, which is how many products am I holding, how many transactions I'm doing, what kind of servicing requests am I making across channels, etc., right? And then the interaction tags, which come from my contact center and other physical channels, right? So all this data is actually collected, and then we take them through a journey, right? So I'll probably kind of not spend too much time on this slide. The intent of this slide was actually trying to, just draw a picture in terms of when we say external data, third-party data, and internal data, what kind of data do we mean? And what kind of recommendation engines, analysis, and actions can we take in the activation cycle? Again, I will, so I think the purpose of automating the actions, right, or activation cycle is also, I think, in the red bucket, right, which is purpose-built machine learning models, right, which is what feeds my entire activation activity as well, right? I'm trying to kind of make automation as interesting as possible. I know that it's a very difficult task. Because it's all happening by machines and we don't want to understand what's happening inside of machines. So I think the customer profiling, as I spoke about, and the predictive modeling are the two things that we really kind of focus on. it's kind of a strength for Google in terms of understanding predictive behavior on search, right? There is push marketing and pull marketing. I think the real meat of the real success actually of any organization is actually how can I create more pull towards my organization rather than pushing out products, right? Which is what I think productive modeling kind of helps us do as well. And the last slide I promised before we kind of what does it all mean, right? So new to bank, Alap, NTB, where is Alap gone? I think gone, okay. So not NTU, but yeah, NTB, new to bank acquisition. So these are some of the use cases that we are kind of working with banks, insurers, other organizations. Alak spoke about Tata. So how do you acquire new customers? Retargeting your old customers and your pipeline, right? So there's a lot of leads that we generate through different channels, right? How do you retarget? And when do you retarget is a big thing, right? Because every lead costs us money. So if we just act on it once and do not revisit that lead again, that doesn't help, right? So how do we kind of retarget and how do we have a successful retargeting program on our leads through nudge and nudge frameworks and target marketing is the other areas that this entire approach is very helpful for cross-sales and increasing customer experience. So I'll probably kind of pause here and take any questions.
Thank you so much, sir. I'd also like to invite Mr. Alap Ghosh on stage so we can have the questions addressed to both these gentlemen. So we have room for just one question. So for that one person, please stand up and put your hand up, identify yourself, and you may ask the question because we're really short on time. All right, the lady over here in the sari. May we have the mic over here, please? On my left, yes. Ma'am, please, if you may stand up. Thank you. Just have the mic really close so we can hear you.
Sir, I want to ask a question. See, when you do this segmentation, you'll be having a different age groups and different gender-wise and everything. And which gender is more useful for your marketing thing, number one. Number two, and which age group. And if you want to shift this, suppose if you are having a product for a middle age group, and whereas your user segment is showing the junior age group more, how to shift it? These two things I want to understand.
Okay, so first is, I don't think there is any generic formula or template that one can use. Every service, even within Bob, I think Bob World and Bob Loans will have two very different segments that will be attracted to them. I don't think the generalization of which gender will perform better is something that we can make about all products. You can make it about specific products and then zoom in. The same thing goes for age or any other demographic or any other location. Every location, and like look at India, right? We're like United States of India. Every state has got a separate mindset about borrowing or about banking or about interactions with digital. Each one is different. So I think it's a process of discovery for each of our products in terms of what, and the purpose of bringing all of this data together is so that you can have that analysis and form informed opinions about what's going on. To your second question, shifting consumers and making yourself more attractive is about deploying those cohorts, those segments that are critical to you. So if you're saying that people in the middle income group usually have higher wallet, it's fairly common to say that someone who's in mid-career has got a decent amount of money. How do you then translate them into a better quality of investment or a better quality of services? That shift of mindset, the attraction towards Bob, all of this is a sustained segmented marketing effort where you are specifically creating marketing strategies for certain cohorts and products that are helping you change that mindset and change the user set for that particular product. Yeah, I hope that answers your question.
Yes, but one more thing I want to ask. Suppose if you did whether the results are always productive, I want to ask whether the data which you get and which you analyze is always getting the best results? I just want to ask.
I think everybody in digital is constantly testing and learning, and having that approach and not reprimanding people for experimenting with technology and with digital. I think that mindset is required across all organizations these days. Because only when you test, first is dare to do, then test and figure whether you're right or not, and then scale, right? That's the three-step process for any digital service to actually come about. So there is, again, we'll have to learn what works for product A versus product B, brand A versus brand B, company A versus company B, segment A versus segment B, and eventually come to those answers.
What's Google's experience?
I'll probably kind of answer it in two ways, right? So there are organizations that are very sure about what segments do they want to target, right? And therefore, all their digital understanding and marketing efforts are also geared towards finding the kind of customers do I want to onboard, right? So there, I think the, because the intent is very niche, and so look at the new age digital banks, right? So they will probably kind of start off with one or two products, and therefore will be very, very targeted in terms of how do they want to target a particular geography, within that particular geography, a particular income group, a particular gender perhaps, a particular occupation, etc., right? And therefore the entire marketing effort will be only for that cohort, right? There, yes, it is very effective, right? For an organization like Bob, which wants to be a banker for all, right? We'll have to kind of look at which product do I want to market to which kind. So we'll have to find these mini cohorts and then make it more successful. I think which is what the fundamental difference is.
Thank you.
Like, looking at Alap and me, you might say, if you're bold, chances of getting into Google are better. It might not be the case.
Any other questions? Okay, of course. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Sir, thank you so much, and thank you for appreciating my sense of humor as well. Oh, sir, I'm so sorry. I request both of you to please remain on stage. I was just lost in your humor. I'd like to request Mr. Ajay K. Khurana to please give both Mr. Alap Ghosh and Mr. Anand Gupta a memento of thanks. Everybody put your hands together, please, for this wonderful session that we've just had this afternoon. Could we have you in the center, please, so we can have in front of the table would be great. Here, in the center. Here. Thank you so much. So I believe we are in the predicted era, sir, and I predict that lunch will be had by all with a precision of accuracy of 90%. So how is that as a pristine machine learning algorithm? Interesting, right? And I also love the line that sir just mentioned earlier, the line that says, "Sabke data ke khele bane hue hain." That was really, really cool. And I'm the founder of Mission Communication, and I have clients both in the corporate and retail space. And for me, to learn about customer segmentation was a huge learning. So thank you so much for sharing that and all that lovely, lovely insights. So we're truly honored to have you. All right. How are you all feeling? Good? What? How are you all feeling right now? You guys, thank you, super duper. Okay, so I hope everyone's come back from Betul Hall. Is anybody here who's come back from Betul Hall so I can ensure that everyone's here? No? Okay, let's hope that they do join us soon. So ladies and gentlemen,
A final welcome back to all of you. 3 Power Pack days at Bob World Digital Conclave 2022 are now at their conclusion. For certain, every one of us would be taking home, or at least to our professional lives, insights, inspirations, and impacts that will only make us more richer. Right? It's possible that some of us will have our brains churning with thoughts, comments, suggestions, and of course appreciation as well. The next hour or so would be perfect time to free your mind. We're calling it the open house interaction. All right, now in this open house interaction, I think it's a wonderful concept, and to end on this note would be awesome. All the participants can make use of this brilliant opportunity to put forth suggestions, to give any strategic changes, or even ask questions related to the business policy. Now for this, I would like to invite on stage our executive directors, Mr. Ajay K. Khurana, Mr. Vikram Aditya Singh Kichi, Mr. Devdatta Chand, Mr. Joydeep Datta Roy, and the Chief Digital Officer, Mr. Akhil Handa, on stage. Please welcome them as they come on stage. You know, I have one more joke. Am I allowed? Okay. Please laugh, okay? Even if you don't find it funny. You know what's the worst thing about being addicted to banking? The withdrawals. Clap, clap, clap. You're allowed to clap. You can laugh. You know, I do have a lot of PJs, but you know, the best part is I think they're funny, so I will laugh. I'm known to be a PJ queen. So thank you so much. Welcome, everyone. Are we waiting for? Yes, sir. Super duper. All right, do we need more mics on stage? Or we have enough? Okay. Sir, you may take over.
Right, okay, thank you very much, Christine. And look, the idea of this session is that we've absorbed a lot during the last 3 days, you know, new ideas, new concepts. And I think, as I told you in my welcome address, the top management is extremely eager to hear about some of the key learnings that we have, how we can marry it to what you do daily. Are there any strategic shifts? Are there any big shifts that you think we should take? If not, that's also fine. But just, you know, this is really a distillation of whatever we've learned during the course of the last 3 days. And ultimately, you know, we have the executive directors. My job is only to take the minutes here, really. So I'm going to moderate any question that you have and probably ask one of the EDs to take that question or a suggestion. So feel free to put across the thoughts, and of course we have MD sir as well. If it goes above my pay grade, then we'll invite MD sir to respond to that as well. So with that, I think we'll open the floor. And let's hear you out now. So who goes first? So either you go first or I start picking people, okay? I have the liberty of doing that as well.
I'm here, sir. Good afternoon, sirs. Last 3 days, digital, and digital. इन 3 दिनों में जो माइंडसेट जो ओपन अप हुआ है, and a new horizon of our bank we have experienced during these last 3 days. What we are doing in the regions and branches and zones, in real terms, we have understood what we have to do now. In fact, so far we have taken up Bob World is the only world, whereas what Bob World comprise of the things we have, the whole scenario we have seen here. So it will go in a very long way, and The insights given in this, all these sessions by all the speakers, what is going on in the, across the board, across the country, across the world, it is much, much bigger than the, what we are expecting. Today, what we are, the business segment, what we are catering is nothing but a peanuts and a Pandora box of a large number of customer base and services is still yet to be tapped by us. And from this forum, I just wanted to tell that, like in digital banking units, first few reasons have been identified for immediate for pilot projects. And in that, it was large zones have been identified. I wanted to request here from the dais that such kind of opportunity can be given on pilot basis to smaller zones also. Thank you very much, sir.
Yes, sure. You know, that is an acknowledgement. Actually, what Sir's vision for us is to go beyond the 8 that we've been guided for, and which is why, in fact, you led that topic very well, which is 500 DBUs, right? And the idea is that we want to go across the hospitable district headquarters across the country. And during the course of the year, so I'm very sure, you know, every part of the country will get covered in some way or the other. Sir, Quran sir would like to add to that?
See, this DBU, as Akhil was telling, it is what 8 DBUs were given, allotted by to us by RBI. But we going forward, because that was the total list was around 75. Out of 75, we were allotted it. But that was our MD sir's dream, that 500 we should by 31st March 23 we should have 500 DBUs, such DBUs, because this is the future. These are the banks which are paperless, where everything is through the machines or through our assisted mode or the self mode. So this is what is going to happen, and our bank going forward, whatever branches we are going to open, that will be under DBU only. So all the zones, because 500 total 500 is the target. So and we have 18 zones. So it has to be distributed according to the number of branches already we have, and if some zones, they feel that, you know, these are the areas or these are the centers where literacy you want to, digital literacy you want to increase, or already there is a good digital literacy, you want to select certain branches, certain areas, we are open for that. There is no restriction of even 500 also, but at least minimum 500 we are going to open. This is our plan now for this year.
So would you like to add something to that?
So just to add to what Khurana Sahab said, and as part of the Bob Now project, we are also doing the branch reformatting, where we have taken up a new branch concept of the self-service units. So under that self-service units is basically just self-service machines and 2 advisors. One of them is operating a self-service tablet, offering the services on the tablet itself for the customer to actually use it himself, and the person is actually assisting him. So that's the concept of a self-service unit. And the digital banking unit is basically similar. So we have already, as part of this Bob Now project, identified almost around 200 branches. So some of those will of course get synchronized with the digital banking unit that has been now mandated to be done by the government and also by the RBI. And it will all come together. So basically the plan is already there. It's the execution effort that will now get started, and with the operating model itself changing, where most of our transactions from the branches are getting migrated into Bob World, into digital channels, etc. People getting freed up, the branch model itself getting changed. I think that's the way forward. So I think 500, it's just a number. It might even be much more.
All right, so very comprehensive view. Let's move to the next one. Yes, Saravanan at the back. Yeah, let's get a mic.
Sir, two requests to you and one request to Joydeep, sir. Sir, in POS, there is a very comprehensive DAP circular, sir. So can we have a comprehensive DAP for IPG also? And second request is, we are getting a lot of conditional approvals, but there is no centralized tracking tool like a dashboard or even some reports from the central office for IPG. So we have to depend on the branches. And branches are not realizing, due to the workload, they are not realizing the importance of this conditional approvals. And actually, only recently we realized that in one of the IPG, we are undergoing losses, and later on only we could understand, okay, this is the reason like we are getting conditional approvals from the higher office. So if something of that sort could be done, it would be really helpful, sir.
So, this is very tactical. So yeah, point taken. I think this is very important. So you would like to add something to it? So the question is, he wants to have a central tracking tool for the cost benefit of IPGs. So when we sanction, we do a lot of conditional approvals, saying that, look, you should get about 50 crore, 100 crore, whatever the deposit that the CBA was based on over a period of time. And he's saying, at the zonal or the regional level, his ability to monitor is constrained because he has to depend on the branch. So he's requesting for, a centralized tool of that nature. That's what he's saying. Yeah, that's the question, right?
Yes,
that's
sir. And one more request, sir. In POS, we have a discretionary administrative powers, like region can approve up to 10 lakhs MDR, zone can approve up to 20 lakhs MDR. If something of that sort is there, then the TAT would be much reduced. It's a request, sir.
Okay, we have noted down your suggestion, and we'll work on that.
Sir, another request to Joydeep, sir. Like we have got that work from home laptop, but there the original Microsoft Office was not there. Later, one option to get some subscription was given. But if it is taken at a corporate level, then we can get a much better version of Microsoft with lot of features at a much lesser rate, sir. Right now, per user 5,000 it is given annually. So if at corporate level, if that is taken, then we can get a much better version of Microsoft Office, sir. Thank you, sir.
So this is on the work from home the tool that was getting used, right? Okay,
Sir,
for the
we have been
laptops.
given laptops for work from home, but there is no original Microsoft Office in that. So later on, one circular came that for 5,000 you can get Microsoft Office. But if this is taken at the corporate level, I have taken a subscription plan for 1,500 itself. But I'm using at a individual level. So if a corporate level it is taken, for 5,000 we can get a much more power-packed Microsoft version, sir.
No, absolutely. So the only challenge that we faced while taking at a corporate level was the procurement. So we had to go in for a formal procurement policy, formal procurement process, and in a formal procurement process, we also were facing the challenges of the Make in India guidelines of the Government of India, in which there were some restrictions on getting laptops or procuring laptops, etc., where the components were not made in India. So there were certain challenges on that side. So that's why we went in for this BYOD model, wherein we empowered
Understood, sir. Thank you,
officers, etc., to buy the devices themselves.
Yeah. No, so point taken on MS Office as well. So that's a valid point. All right. Is there a raised hand? Yeah, I see a raised hand there. Shrikant. Huh? Yeah. Okay.
Good afternoon, sir. Now, we are integrating with the different fintechs through Bob World and different platforms. Whether do we have any plan of acquiring small fintechs and providing that solutions to other banks so that we can earn much more out of that? Like acquiring fintechs for small fintechs and providing solutions to other banks along with both can benefit.
I think
Acquiring any fintechs.
So what he's saying is, should we acquire small fintechs to help us, productize some of these things and actually sell it to other banks as well?
Yes, my dear. No, see, we have one company that is called BSTL, and we are experimenting such things. We are working on few things, few options. But as of now, of course, there is nothing concrete. But yours, on the similar line, what you are thinking that we should also have some, we can acquire some company or some company we should have so that we can provide services to other software. We do not know, but when we will be able to do that. But as far as the shared service is concerned, that company is well matured to provide services to other banks. So there, I think we are looking for some option in that side.
One more question.
Yeah, the world is opening up, so I think it's an age of partnerships, collaborations, etc. And as we go into more and more partnerships, collaborations, etc., probably there could be opportunities for us to even acquire fintechs, etc. also. But again, it's to be evaluated and seen and assessed as we move forward.
Sir, I have one more question. Can we have R&D setups in both zones and at BCCs, R&D in innovations, like research and development centers, zonal level and at BCC?
See, first of all, let's not, I think let's not be under any illusion that we have the prime movers in technology, and there's a lot of R&D we can do. We are bankers. We are a bank, and the product innovation that we do is largely limited to the financial products. Now, when it comes to technology, we are actually not in that business. So for us to acquire something, productize it, sell to other banks, we have much larger businesses, right? So that would actually get marginalized very quickly. So that's the point number one. Point number two on the R&D part is, I think we have this IIT Bombay Bank of Baroda Innovation Center where some of the projects that we're doing are really cutting edge. It's as cutting edge as it gets. And I think this is as far as the bank goes at this point in terms of R&D. Right? Okay. Yeah, Nitish.
Hello. Good afternoon, sir. Sir, my question is regarding the procurement policy. Whenever we want to tie up with the new companies, we see their presentation and the product, and we find that the product is suitable for our requirement. But due to CVC guidelines, sometimes we find that we are not able to tie up with the particular organization or a company. And if we go by RFP, then there are chances that we won't be able to tie up directly with that company. So any solution or any something can be done in this regard, sir?
The thing is, working in public sector banks, we have certain limitations. We have to be guided by the CVC guidelines, which says that every procurement we need to follow this certain set of process. So under that process, you have to call for RFP, and it is time consuming, and of course we are not able to sometimes. All those L1 issues are there, and we are not able to get even the good partner also. Those challenges are there. Sometimes for smaller procurement, we have been doing it with the proper approvals. But these challenges, of course, but we have been following up with even with the government for such things. But you are feeling same. Every bank is feeling the same pain, and we, of course, recently also we raised our voice about that. Hopefully that some solution we'll be getting it from the government on this.
Okay. Who's next? I can't. Yeah, all right. Please stand up. Yeah. Yeah, I can see
Sir, good afternoon. I'm from Bhilwara. I want to
I can't hear you. Can you be loud?
Sir, good afternoon. I'm Praveen Chandak from Bhilwara. I want to ask one question, or a query is there. Sir, as a RDM, we face sometimes that there are some less facilities available in for corporate customer in Bob World. As net banking, there is only a single check like what operational rights they have. But in Bob World, they are facing like for specific scheme, we can provide them the mobile banking application. Is there any advancement going on for those particular customers?
Just initially, see, there are two things here. One is providing some kind of a corporate transaction banking within Bob World. Possibly the time is not right. We do have products like Bob Insta, the Baroda Insta, and also the CMS, which are meant for the corporate. So in case any corporate wish to have that, and those are the beautiful platforms available, wherein they can have their transaction through a digital mode. But Bob World, as on date, I am not the right person, but more of a retail platform for and the digital lending happening therein. But then your suggestion is good. The idea is to put everybody, whether it is a retail and corporate customer, in one platform. Possibly the time is not right at this point of time, but going forward can be a possibility. But at this point of time, I would rather request that you market our Baroda Insta and the CMS to corporate customer, and they will get great value out of it.
Okay.
Yeah, I just would like to add this. If you look at the services we are providing, 235 or 240 as on date, all the services are meant for retail customer. There is hardly any service that which can be used by one. That is one thing. Second is for corporate clients, there are chances, the person, the director, they themselves may not be using it. There is some assistant who is using it, then maker and checker issues are there. And otherwise, there are two signatory, that issue is also there. So, in other banks also, the app what we are using, the Bowbird, is normally used for the retail, and for corporate, that is the internet banking, which has all the services which are required for a corporate client. And then when we are going to add Baroda Insta also there, I think it will become a wholesome package for the corporate customer. So this is basically the difference between corporate and retail. I don't think this Bowbird application can be really very useful for corporate clients.
Okay. Who's next? Oh, now I see hands going up. Okay, yes, please.
Sir, I'm Daman from Mumbai zone. There's a software, Perfios, which analyzes the bank statements of any bank you upload. So private banks have made this software compulsory before processing any proposals. So anything such thing is going on in our bank because it makes very easy for analyzing a bank statement before we take a decision.
Sorry, friends, the biggest takeaway for me in this session is that I have a realization that the age is catching up with me. Half of the questions I have not been able to understand and comprehend, so I'm giving it a pass for almost all questions. Sorry, yeah.
So I think all of us need to be a little loud, okay? See, we already are using Perfios, by the way, in the digital lending platforms, DLP2. So I don't know if you're on the asset side or on the payment side, but if you're on the asset side, then Perfios is something we actually use as of today and use quite extensively.
But sir, currently in this digital lending, we are up to 5 crore in MSME. But what about the proposal which are above 5 crores?
Yeah, so just to add on to that, while the digital lending platform has the Perfios solution, etc., which analyzes the bank statements, we are also coming up with a portal, and that is going to be launched maybe in a week or so because that's ready, absolutely. So, and that portal is a GST analyzer, a bank statement analyzer, and that will give you a lot of flexibility in terms of analyzing, and that comes with a lot of reports, etc., ready-made. So you don't have to actually punch in what type of reports, etc., you require. You have a ready list, and you can actually choose and select whatever you want. So that portal is also getting launched, and that will be helpful for all other loan accounts, which are apart from the digital lending platform also. And apart from that, that would help in your credit monitoring efforts also. So you can use that for credit monitoring, you can use that for any other loan processing, and we are going to integrate that with LLPS, with EWS, etc. So it makes life a lot easier with all these analysis and reports coming in at a single place.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, yeah, so gentlemen at the back.
Sir, this is Siddhant. My question is from two different things.
You have to be loud.
Hello. Sir, my question one from assess side, one from related to fintech. First, I'll go for the assess side. Can we have in forward, there is so many type of gold loan renewals are going on. We can, the data that we have in our Finacle can be shown, attached to our forward, rather than after closing, they can go ahead with the closer and the data can be utilized for opening one more gold loan. So, okay. So that's one input I want to give.
Sorry,
because
I did not get it.
Sir, there is gold, we have a gold loan, so there's so many type of renewals, or they put the gold with us and they come for the renewal. Now, that can be digitalized here by putting the number of grams it can be shown, and rather than coming to branch, they can close and they can renew there and then. That is one.
You're talking about the certificate assessing part of gold loan?
No, sir, once it is already assessed, okay. It is assessed and it is keep on assessing as per the guidelines quarterly and whatever it is there. So what I am telling, the customer, they key for after 1 year, depend after 3 years, the type of gold, they have to come, they have to renew. And they might have already paid, or they might close and go to other bank also. Now to retaining those customer, first in forward, we can give a gold loan segment where the total number of gold gram can be mentioned. If it is for that against the loan, it will, what is the remaining value, they'll get close, or for the respective value, they can again take a gold loan through the app only. So see, all the process is streamlined. Nothing has to be done separate. So it's just an input, sir.
Yeah. No, I think this is a good suggestion. So you can actually send it over, and we'll incorporate it.
Sir, another, sir, regarding sir, another is regarding I'm actually from a government digital solution cell only, sir. So what we are facing this, as sir told, that tying up with this fintech companies, we have to go around the field. If we need sometimes to select, like recently we have a discussion with the cash fee also. They come across and told us we can give the solution will be free of cost and all those things. Now selection, when selection comes now, it's a very complication comes across, and costing also has to be seen. Sir, there are more than 1,000 municipal parishad across India.
So I think we are having some difficulty in understanding. So I just wanted to understand: is it just us, or are you able to understand?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Okay. Sir, I think the question that he had was that, like Nitesh talked about the procurement issues, and we cannot identify a partner and work towards a partner and, have that partnership concluded. Similarly, and he's from the government digital solutions that we have. So he's like, when I today go to a government body, I have a challenge because they want certain solutions, or they will tell me what particular solution I want, and my ability to procure it for them is limited. That's the question, right?
Yes, sir. Yes. Yeah. That if I'm going in the market, I should have everything in my hand.
So I'll just respond to that. We already now have concluded a process to be able to get certain solutions like that. Okay?
Okay, sir. Thank you. Thanks a lot, sir.
All right, a sincere request, before you ask your questions, we request you to identify yourself. Okay, so introduce your name, the branch, the department, the city, so we know who we're addressing, and also make sure the mic is really close, okay, when you speak, because if you put it here, we can't really hear. Sometimes with this distance, it's not really clear. Okay, so we request you to be as clear as possible, and if need be, you may come even closer. You can come to the on stage, sir. You may come on stage and even ask them the question, because sometimes we're losing out, because of the clarity, we're losing out on what your core question is. Okay, so please ensure you stand up and introduce yourself and have the mic really close. Thank you.
Yeah, good afternoon.
Sir, would you like to come on stage, please? Please.
That's fine.
Yeah,
go ahead.
Yeah, good afternoon. Parmeshwaran from the Digital Group. One of the challenges that we have been facing while tying up with fintechs is most of the solutions are offered on the cloud platform. And bank as a policy, we are very apprehensive of having any cloud-based solutions. So on the one hand, as we move digital, so we need to have that flexibility, agility, and scalability. And cloud offers a very good solution for all these things. So do we have, as a policy, does the bank foresee that we will accept cloud for any of these solutions? Because these are cheaper, and this will help the bank to tie up with very new solutions and tie up with fintechs.
I think, Khurana sir, this is something.
See, as it is, we did not have any strategy for cloud. And we have already initiated the process of getting a proper strategy. We have already selected a partner who will be guiding us that how to move ahead for cloud strategy, including all the policies to be in place. And on the other side, there is a challenge from regulator also. As the regulator has so far has not come very clear on that, what kind of application we should move to cloud, and what what are the restrictions or what are the safeguard we have to take. In spite of that, we have already from our side, I think among the first in public sector banks, who have initiated the process of having our own cloud strategy policy and guiding that how to move ahead to shift all the applications which are especially the customer facing where scaling up is required, how to move fast on that to to give a better customer experience.
Thank you. Thank you, sir. So I think now let's hear some feedback from the zonal managers also.
So last question, if hello.
Yeah, okay. Meanwhile, I'll come to the zonal managers next. And good, you're all seated next to each other, so I can just focus my attention.
Sir, this is not a question, and basically this is a feedback to be used as feed forward. As we work
I'm so sorry. You need to introduce yourself, ma'am. Introduce
I'm
yourself.
Yogita Chauhan from Surat City region, Baroda zone. I'm working as DLC. And we do different digital products, like we move the leads on the digital platform and all. So many times when we do the things whichever is introduced by the bank, there are many teething problems and issues, but there is no single portal to address all these problems. So we just request you to create a separate portal so that our queries and issues can be raised properly and can be attended timely, as we want to reduce the TAT, as well as we want to reduce the mailing again and again to different departments and filling the mailbox. Thank you.
Yeah, I personally am always critical of this as your aspects my own. So, but this is the process. This is what is the present procedure of raising inquiry. Definitely for digital, which has to be on the priority, we'll plan for another separate setup.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Yeah.
All right. Thank you. Sir.
No, I think this was one question जो partially मेरे को सुनाई भी दिया और partially मैंने comprehend भी किया. I think this is a very valid point that she has raised. I think there has to be an escalation matrix and maybe a single point contract system for solving your issues and solving your problems to reduce the TAT. That's exactly what you were trying to say, na? So I think Khurana Sahib has said that they will be looking into it.
Right. Thank you, sir. Yeah, Ji, Brajesh. Can we have the mic over to him?
First of all, many congratulations and compliments to top management of Bank of Baroda for having organized such a conclave of this magnitude. I guess our share will certainly, considering media, they peep in everywhere. So it will certainly soar in days to come. My takeaway from this conclave is that we came across so many things what we are doing internally, and at the same time what is happening in this external world from many eminent speakers and all. We are, sir, at zonal heads, we are at the execution level, having our 4-tier setup, branch, region, and zone. Up to zone, we are at execution level, land to lab. Whatever is the thought process is coming, we have to execute. We have to execute it, to the fullest, so that the amount being invested, I guess this is huge, or whatever the investment we are making. So we can, harness all those things, sir. So, and another takeaway from, particularly for me, that we don't have to be digitally literate, but we have to be smart enough also. We mean all and sundry, all the stakeholders at the same time, sir. And one request, I do not know whether it will come to the digital this thing platform or it will go to the IT, sir. So like single nodal account, in states also, single nodal accounts till date are for centrally sponsored schemes. So whatever the schemes being sponsored by the central government, that accounts are all going to this thing SNA mode, this one single nodal account and child accounts will be there. States are also coming on the same platform. Like in UP, it's the biggest state, and a lot of money will come there also. So Finance Department, Minister of Finance, and the ACS Finance, see, and this is being offered by the private sector banks also. They want us to establish one project monitoring unit for them, wherein they see dashboards and all. We are also this thing providing in SNA accounts, wherein they can check their balances and all. But they want one project monitoring unit to be established, wherein this thing suppose major chunk of the SNA account, they will give it to us, wherein they can check other SNA accounts which have been this thing provided to some other banks and all. Not only they can check the balances and all, sir, but they want to know the status of projects, whatever being financed or whatever being this thing is sponsored by those monies. What is the status of that? Considering, say, Swachh Bharat Mission is there, wherein this thing, toilets are being made. So there, this thing VLWs, they will upload, they can upload the pictures of exact picture. Or suppose under Pradhan Mantri Awas Yojana, somehow this thing, some group housing is being constructed. They want to their people will upload, but we'll have to give a platform wherein they can, at the real time, they can monitor the project also, whatever the money is being expended, and at the same time, what is the balance available. And these are being offered by SDFC and Axis Bank, sir. Anyhow, I would be told for some days, Tuesday, that meeting was there. So that is for the consumption of EDs, our respected EDs, sir.
No, see, for SNA accounts, these are the government accounts, and they are our priority. We have to, have a dedicated government business department also in Delhi, and they have been supported by a team who are, giving them all the help, because every individual department has their own requirement. So they have been supported by that. If that kind of, setup, one is required, that of course can be created at Lucknow also. One. Second is any technology, what you are telling, some platform is required or whatever. For that purpose, that kind of any issues are required, there we will definitely solve. So we are ready to provide. You tell us, some team from Delhi or from Bombay, we can arrange for that.
Thank you, sir. We can market those things to other states.
So your point well taken. In fact, just today, this morning only, I was talking to Jaideep, and we have that government business department there where I have been for the last 3 days, I am taking up with them for all these SNA accounts. So there is a particular requirement of some certain resources, which this morning only I have discussed with Mr. Jaideep, that we may require a little bit of a team, because these SNA accounts are like either you win them over or you lose them forever. So this is one-time opportunity. If you are able to cater to their specific needs, we win that account. Otherwise, we lose it. And there are limited number of SNA accounts. As the other day when we were in Delhi, actually this matter was discussed. So I think we should be taking care of putting up a team there in Delhi who would be project specific and account specific. If certain requirements, you can escalate it there, and we'll try to take care of that.
Thank you. Thank you.
And just on that, apart from the IT side, what Kiji sir said, so there will be a team at the central level, but in terms of actually capturing the accounts, there will be some amount of canvassing required at the zonal level. So the original list was almost like 3,000 SNA accounts were to be opened across various states, etc., and out of which Bank of Baroda is right now only in 125 odd accounts. So there's a long list of accounts which are still to be gone after and converted. So there will be some amount of canvassing at the local level, zonal level required, for which if there is a requirement of human resources or some people at the ground level to support the government business central team, please do provide that.
My question to the zonal managers would be, do you have a list of all the SNA accounts that are to be opened at the state level or at the central level? Are all zonal managers aware of the list, the type of number of accounts in their respective zones? And have they started making the pitch?
That is available, sir, and Government Business Department also provides that also, sir. Ashwini used to provide that.
Yeah, please.
So, sir, as regards Burjesh ji has asked some question about having a platform which can give you some inputs about the SNA accounts which you are holding in your bank and the SNA accounts being maintained at other banks. I think Devendra is here from Jaipur zone. Very recently, we did some good work in Jaipur, Rajasthan. IFMS integration was there. And in the same manner, other state governments are also coming up with. Till now, we have the functionality of tracking the SNA accounts which is available in our bank. And we don't have the functionality which can provide us some idea about what Axis Bank, the account which is lying in Axis Bank, SNA account more particularly. So that is not there till now. But then in our bank, whatever SNA accounts are being maintained at any state, that platform we can develop very well. And he is the key person who was there in Jaipur with me when I was working with that. As regards list for SNA accounts is there, it is already circulated way back, maybe to all the zones when I was looking after the government relationship verticals. Thirdly,
I recall that, Ashwini, but my question is whether we have made those attempts and are we pursuing them right now, or is it a one-off attempt that we made and then we lost it and then other banks have already taken over those accounts? So either this is going to be a case of missed opportunities if you miss it. This is one time, the account will be opened in any bank one time only. Yeah. So it's a question of do or die sort of a situation that you take that account whatever is the requirement. I think we would be committed at the central level to put up a team for all requirements and all customization specific, account specific that we'll try and do.
And sir, none of the account is less than 500 crore rupees of this thing, low cost deposit account. None of the accounts, sir. We opened 22, sir.
Devendra, you want to add something? Okay.
Similar kind of request even municipal corporations are making, sir. Suppose they are going for some tendering process or RFP they are floating. So they are asking for that solution also. So we organized with your permission and all for 5 lakh rupees we spent it in Ayodhya, sir. So that is also coming up, sir. They have become very demanding.
No, that पास में कमिश्नर कमलेश चौधरी बैठे हैं उनको माइक दे दीजिए ना एक बार.
Yes, sir.
Kamlesh ji, you would like to react on that?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Actually, what is going on, sir, no doubt our bank has already established the digital particular segment in relation to these customized products to be given to the any type of corporates or the government departments. But what is going on, the turnaround time and the marketing of that products at particularly at central level, Delhi. So some days before I was discussing with the Joydeep ji also that the digital department and the marketing of this government related accounts, particularly the SNA accounts, that has to be streamlined and the turnaround time, whatever, because every government department is asking for the customized product. No doubt, sir, in certain accounts we have already provided and in particularly in SNA accounts, no doubt 3,500 plus accounts list has already been circulated at the time of, I think 8-9 months before. And we could open 154 account out of that account. But we do not have that list that in a particular state or zone, the SNA account of that particular department had already been opened. So at field level, I request to all the 18 zonal heads who are sitting here that they should have a close touch with that particular departments to enable to know that whether this account has already been opened or not. So we can reduce that account from that particular list, and whatever the remaining list is there, we should make a follow-up for that, sir. And as far as whatever the Brajesh is telling that the municipal corporation is also asking for this particular customized product, no doubt in Pune zone, this Pimpri-Chinchwad Municipal Corporation asked for a particular product. So our bank has provided recently, but the turnaround time of that providing this customized product is very high. So we have to think about it to reduce this turnaround time, sir. Thank you.
We'll deliberate more on this
separately. Sir, I would, if you request me, sir, I would like to add one or two things in it.
Sir, I would just endorse what GM sir has said. In our state, sir, Rajasthan, we were the only bank to integrate with IFMS, and it is totally a customized solution developed under guidance of Ashwini sir. And now Samita madam is looking after it. But the SNA is quite new to the state government as well. So they are also coming with different updations on the daily basis. And right now they have requested bank, because our bank have the privilege to integrate with the IFMS for the state and do the first transaction of the state government. And we were even appreciated by Chief Minister and other Finance Secretary. So they told that the bank also have to integrate for income tax, GST, and state tax module under the IFMS project. We have already put in the requirement, and as Brajesh sir has also told, that every department is requiring certain changes, certain updation as per their convenience for improving the overall functionality of SNA. So this thing we have to cater on priority basis, because as you have rightly said, that if we will not make the changes, we will lose the account. And this is the single one-time opportunity which is in front of us. Right now in our state we are having 57 SNA account, and after integrating first with our bank, they have even given us opportunity to open 3 new accounts we have already opened in our bank, and even they have given us opportunity to open Narega account.
Point taken, and I think the CTO is actually taking keen interest in that and is providing all services, but point taken, I think the speed with which the IT department has to react would maybe actually want to
The
be
TAT
improved.
is very high, sir. It is taking more than the expected time, and we are not able to provide the proper words to the government department.
No, whether all the customization are getting placed at IT department or any other separate cell?
Sir, it is all in the existing module of IFMS. IT department, IT initiative is taking care of it. We have to move the proposal through either government business or through retail banking.
Yeah, it was. I was told that it was working in Delhi. One separate team was there, which was doing the customization. Anyways, if it is yeah, if it is held up at IT, we'll definitely take it.
Sir, thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Well, there is an IT angle here in terms of the development, but I request all the zones to please also take an assessment of how many accounts are to be opened, and there has to be a very close linkage with the respective departments, because many of the departments or the government itself as state government departments are also not very clear about what all are the functionalities they require, etc., and they require a little bit of liaising or hand-holding, etc., so that a local team there who is constantly in touch will always help, and that is where we are able to take that into our fold.
Just a time check. How are we doing on the time? Oh, 3 minutes. Okay, then we have 3 minutes. Let's go. Yes.
Hello. Kritika sir, DLC from Amritsar region. First of all, thank you so much for organizing this event in Goa. Thank you so much. मेरे कुछ PAPL के लिए queries हैं, कुछ suggestions हैं, अगर वो implement हो सकते हैं तो. First of all, जब मैं YouTube use करती हूँ, तो मुझे एक नावी पर्सनल लोन की ad बहुत दिखती है, मैं फटाफट उसको skip करती हूँ. उसकी जब I want कि वो बड़ौदा पर्सनल लोन की event बहुत ज़्यादा उसकी ads आती हैं, but थोड़ा comparatively कम है. Second thing, PAPL के जो digital personal loan के जो issues हैं, उनका टैट रियल टाइम बेसिस पे अगर हो जाए, और उसके अलावा जैसे हम पर्सनल लोन की जर्नी स्टार्ट करते हैं, अगर उस पोर्टल में कुछ ऐसे अपडेशंस हो जाएं कि जो उसके एरर्स आएंगे वो पहले ही उसको पॉपअप कर दे, तो वो बेटर रहेगा कि ब्रांच उसको साथ में मॉडिफाई कर दे, क्योंकि कुछ ऐसे फील्ड्स हैं जिसको मॉडिफाई करने के बाद आप उसको 30 डेज़ के बाद कर पाओगे जर्नी को कंप्लीट, जिसकी वजह से आई थिंक बहुत ज़्यादा बिजनेस लूज होता है, कस्टमर्स अपना जो डिसीजन चेंज कर देता है. और ये डिसबर्समेंट जो हमने आज देखी है, कल हम देख रहे थे कितना बैंक ने डिसबर्स किया, उसमें बहुत चेंजेस आएंगे. एंड थर्ड थिंग सर, स्टैम्प्स, जब हम ब्रांचेस पूरा आ जाते हैं कि हाँ हम पर्सनल लोन कर रहे हैं, डिसबर्स कर रहे हैं, हम इतना कर दिया, एज ए रीजन 1.10 करोड़ हमने डिसबर्स किया इन सिंगल डे, एंड फॉर अस इट वाज अ ग्रेट अमाउंट. बट अगर ऐसे इश्यूज अगर रिजॉल्व हों तो ये हमारे लिए बहुत बेस्ट हो जाएगा, और ये मतलब अच्छा ही एक्सपीरियंस देगा. एंड फॉर लास्ट वन थिंग आई वांट टू शेयर,
लास्ट मैंने केजीएफ देखी थी 1 वीक अगो, और उसमें स्क्रीन पे 2 सेकंड के लिए जब बैंक ऑफ बड़ौदा का लोगो देखा ना सर, वो बहुत अच्छा लगा देख के. फॉर अस दैट्स डिजिटल, दैट्स बैंक ऑफ बड़ौदा. थैंक यू सो मच.
बड़ौदा का लोगो दिखा आपको?
यस सर, केजीएफ चैप्टर 2.
KGF 2, okay, okay.
Great.
That's
So I
not,
think
not
so
out of
digital-
love, huh? That's out of finance that they have received from us. For
Sir-
centuries, men have died and worms have eaten them, but not for love. Huh?
No, sir, I think before that, on the digital marketing part, would you like to respond? Sir?
Actually, I didn't hear that, but what I could understand from...
Paraphrasing.
Yeah?
Whatever I paraphrased.
So I think yes, a lot more to be done in digital marketing. I think I have been asking the department, Sharma ji को कि बार-बार Google के ऊपर भी हम लोग जाते हैं. If I have to put home loan, so initially we used to be on the first page, if not on the first, at least on the first page. But now if we put a housing loan or home loan, we may not be on the first page, we may be on a second or third page. So this is a constant exercise which has to be taken up both at the YouTube platform, both at the Google platforms and all. And yes, a constant try karte hain, but maybe they get it on the first page, then again after 15 days it goes back to the second page. So I think Sharma ji, there's something for you in taking up for digital marketing, notch higher, right?
Great, perfect. I think, so with Nayak Saab, please.
No, I just wanted to corroborate with what our friend has just told regarding KGF2. Kichi sir was absolutely right. That was financed by our bank. Right from EVB days, it was financed by us. That company, Hombale Films, was our customer, Bangalore customer. And we financed KGF part 1 also and part 2 also. Both are great success. And she's right. In the first screen itself, prominently and exclusively, Bank of Baroda was shown. It was a very pleasant experience. Thank you.
Great. I think very useful feedback. So with that, I think we'll close the open house sessions. But before we close, we'll just take a minute and request all the executive directors to give their closing comments. So, sir.
So thank you, Akhil, and thank you everyone for the wholehearted participation in the digital conclave. I think the very idea of this digital conclave is stimulating enough because Bank of Baroda has been one of the leading banks as far as digital is concerned. We have taken a lot of strides in terms of the mobile banking application, our digital lending platform, and the journeys that we have been creating, which puts us at a very great advantage over other peer banks. So taking that into consideration, we are already at a very, very good place. But yes, this conclave, I think, sets the tone for what more we can do on the digital side. The business side, every year, at the start of the year, we have plans for doing much more. There's a growth target in terms of various business segments that we want to grow and how much to grow in different business segments. But now, as the world turns digital, I think it's also important for us to look at how do we go into that business plus on digital. So it's a digital business plus model that we are now getting into. And I think that is important as with the environment outside as to how do we actually make our digital presence in terms of lending, in terms of customer engagement, in terms of even on the mobile app, while we have done a fantastic work in terms of onboarding so many customers, getting them activated, etc. How do we get them engaged and start to use the transactions more on the mobile app? The 240 features that are there on the mobile app, how do they start using that more is now going to be critical. And as they start using, and the feedback that we have received is, as people get hooked on to the Bob World, I think they're using less and less of the branch services. So as people use less of the branch services, that's the phenomenal power of the branch resources that we have, which we can divert into revenue generating roles. And that's again a big, big plus for the bank. So digital plus the revenue generating roles from the existing resources is again something that we get as a ancillary benefit. So that is where we have to push this entire agenda forward. And I think this year, since the foundations are all laid out, the fundamentals are there, the infra is there, we have had already a good traction in terms of the initial bit, whatever the initial business momentum was to be picked up. I think since that has got picked up, now it's a time to do a sort of a quantum jump in terms of taking it much higher in terms of whatever we achieve in the next 1 year. So thank you and all the best to all of you. Do sensitize everyone as you go back into the zones and the regions to actually adopt more and more the digital ways of working. Thank you.
I fully agree with Jaideep ji. The reason being the core of the entire conclave is on the business. So there is no true difference between the digital orientation and the business. Ultimately, what is important for us is the business. There are two words which are very, very critical at this point of time. One is relevancy and second is dominance. Relevancy has more to do with regard to the digital orientation, the kind of platforms we have. But unless and until this entire superstructure of digital, we convert that into business and create dominance in the market, there won't be much of sense. In other words, suppose, let me give you a very small example. I do have a very beautiful car, but I don't drive that on the road, and while driving, taking over few of the cars, creating a positive impact on the bystander, the good faces who look into the car, then possibly I'm not creating dominance. So my request to all of you would be, we do have beautiful platform agility, orientation on digital. Let us convert that into business, and that is what for all of us, we need to be on the road. That means what I mean to say, I keep on again saying the same old sentence called, we need to have more legwork. Legwork doesn't mean that you really physically do the customer interface. So this conclave would drive us towards that business that we are talking about, and we are equally oriented to deliver on that. And I wish you all good luck for delivering more on the business side. Thank you.
So first of all, my compliments to the vertical, Akhil and his team. They've done a wonderful job. In fact, I'll say very cannily, Akhil has put quite a few things from his plate to your plate, asking the one of the groups to say कि भाई 75% digitization index कैसे ले जाओगे? And he has asked you only to do that. Now is his job made easier. Next time he is going to ask you, you only presented, this is the way it has way forward. So you have to do it. So very cannily, Akhil has pushed quite a bit of his agenda to yourself, and the spirit with which you have actually accepted it and come out with lots of good presentations and suggestions. So my kudos and my congratulations to the entire team also. More particularly, the sessions chosen have been very, very, a lot of thinking would have gone into it. And the speakers they have chosen for this, again, the quality type of speakers that we had. And quite a few things were actually to put things into perspective, in the larger perspective, more than anything else. It had to give you a feel what's actually going around in this. We may think that कि एक साल में हमने कमाल कर दिया, हमने ये कर दिया, वो कर दिया. But आपके हमारे friend जो यहाँ पे थे अभी उससे Varun. So the type 14 months what they have done, something which is basically, he says कि Digi Gold में now we are number 2 after the biggest jeweler. ब्रोकिंग के अंदर हम नंबर 14 हैं, लेकिन इसमें हम नंबर 6 हैं, उसमें हम नंबर 3 हैं, उसमें हम नंबर 4 हैं. And it's only his lifespan for this particular period has only been 16 months, 15 months, जिसमें से 3 महीने preparation में गए थे, 12 महीने basically उसने किया था. So I mean this is just to put the things into perspective. I don't think that many of you, including me, would have actually realized what sort of advancements are going on. I mean, you're just thinking that we are wanting to do something. By the time, actually, if you take too much of a time, whatever you're wanting to achieve would become obsolete. So you have to keep on looking forward, and this was the basic idea why Akhil would have actually deliberately chosen so many good topics, and I mean the quality speakers that he has got, able to get somebody from the regulator, somebody from the fintechs, and somebody from NPCI, and I mean the gamut, the type of quality conclave this was, I mean this is something which is worth appreciating. I mean, we would actually hold many seminars, many workshops and all, but this type of a quality conclave where even MD was here, EDs were here for full 3 days. So this is something which is actually, I think, what Chand Saab has said, I think has to be leveraged into our capacity and capability building now. And understanding what is happening in the world around us, I think we have to absorb what we have to, I mean the miles we have to go now. And wonderful watching all of you last evening in good spirits. And dancing the way away, sir, I think this is something which was that camaraderie, that brotherhood, that family feeling that they were actually enjoying in this very room. You can't even think कि क्या हो रहा था यहाँ पे कल रात को. So it was wonderful having all of you over, and thank you, Christine, for making us lambi saans lo andar and lambi saans lo bahar and making the thing presentation. So it was all in all a very good conclave. Thank you.
Last 3 days, MD sir and we all are here with you, that you can understand what, you know, how much digital agenda is important for us. And I'm sure you also have understood very well that, you know, in these 3 days, how, you know, such a nice speakers you got, and to understand what is happening in the ecosystem. Please understand, if you want to retain our customer, want to reduce the turnaround time, want to give him a better experience, digital is the only way. And of course, you have understood, that's why you all champions are here. But this has to be percolated to each and every staff. Every staff mindset has to be changed. They have to be, you know, onboarded on this digital agenda. That, you know, of course, we are doing it very, very fast, but you never know that the other players, when they will come and try to overcome in such a big way. So it is important that all of us, we move faster and onboard our existing customers in a proper manner with financial literacy. And please remember, if we do not onboard our own customer, we are going to lose them. So this is definitely going to happen. So I'm very sure this all the selected people, those who are here, they will be you know, spreading this message to each and every staff of our bank. You know, we have to take it forward in a very big way. Thank you so much.
Right. So thank you very much, sir. Thank you, MD sir, for the very patient hearing, and to the EDs for responding to the volley of questions and suggestions. I think we can now do a formal vote of thanks.
So thank you so much to our esteemed executive directors, the chief digital officer, and to all the participants for your valuable suggestions, ideas, and feedback. I'm sure that all your queries will be addressed positively. So thank you so much. Can we have a round of applause, please? Kya baat hai? You guys still have energy. I'm so proud of y'all. You make me happy. So in the end, ladies and gentlemen, it all comes down to this. Curtain time on the inaugural edition of Bob World Digital Conclave 2022. Like I said in the start of the conclave, that the intention is to perpetuate this as an annual property on the evidence of what we've witnessed over these 3 enthralling days. And I'd like to think that's nearly a given now. But staying with this inaugural edition, there are so many people to thank for the success of this event. So let's do it formally. And to raise a vote of thanks, I now call upon Mr. Arun Kumar, Head Partnership and Innovation, on stage, please. Please welcome him with a big round of applause.
Thank you, Christine. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, what an enlightening, inspiring, and exciting 3 days we have had. If it did flow like clockwork, that's because of the tremendous hard work and extra shifts put in by so many people. It would not be fair to take specific names, as all committee members and volunteers have done a superb job. First of all, we'd like to sincerely thank our Chief Digital Officer, Mr. Akhil Handa, for conceptualizing and curating such an insightful digital convention. Our heartfelt gratitude to our Executive Director, Shri Ajay Khurana Sir, for his approval for carrying out the World Digital Conclave 22. Deepest thanks to our MD and CEO and all other Executive Directors who endorsed the idea of the Digital Conclave, as well as their guidance and mentorship right throughout the event. Thank you, sirs, for accepting our invitation and for your gracious presence at the World Digital Conclave. Our heartfelt appreciation for the event's core group, led by Shreya, Fahim, Anugrah, and Kamla, organizing committee, right from the people involved in registrations to FNBs to the event logistics. And not the least, the Pune zone, and especially our Goa region, led by Mr. Deepak Kumar, the regional head, who have toiled endless days to tie up all loose ends. What a commendable job they have done. We'd like to heartily thank all our speakers, session speakers, and panel discussion members who have consented to deliver their sessions. It's the cumulative content of your session that has resulted in the phenomenal success of this conclave. To all the winners of the award ceremony, congratulations and a sincere appreciation to all the presenters. And oh yes, kudos to two of our hosts, Kristen Zedek at the Grand Ballroom, and Akshay Patil. I'll request Akshay to please come. Actually, he was conducting as a MC at our Betul. So if Akshay, can you please come on the stage? Akshay Patil, for a very personal approach. And definitely to the Novotel Dona Silvia Resort and its management, you also made it worth our while. A big thank you to our event management team, Crayons, for the wonderful setup and all support during the entire conclave. And finally, to everyone of you who participated with such enthusiasm, you're really fantastic. Thank you once again, everybody, for making Bob World Digital Conclave 2022 a resounding success. Looking forward to edition 2023 already. Thank you so much. So with your permission, I would like to present, because Christian has been our MC host, and definitely one of our speakers yesterday took a session also. So I'd like to give a moment of talking to her also. Thank you, Sus.
This was so unexpected. I love surprises, so thank you so much. I'm so touched. Okay, so I can't contain my joy. So thank you so much. That was wonderful, sir. And Akshay, on stage.
So who've missed me in the Betul Hall, my name is Akshay Patil. I would really like to thank the entire digital team Akhil sir and also Arun sir, who have given me this opportunity, and also their team members, Anugraha, she helped us a lot in terms of script and other stuff, and all who've been present over here by some or the other means, they have been quite helpful for our entire team of the Goa region. So a big thank you to all of us, all of you, for giving us this opportunity. Thank you very much.
And thank you to you too for conducting everything on parallel ground. So thank you so much. Okay, so usually I know I've been making you get up, jump and all of that. For now, what I really would like you to do, just for a few seconds or very, very short time, I'd like you to close your eyes. Everyone, just close your eyes. Take a deep breath in. Take a deep breath out. And then while your eyes are closed, I just want you to think of 5 things you're truly grateful for. We're here in Goa. We're at a beautiful venue, Novotel. We have families that are supporting us. We are part of a brilliant organization. We have each other. We have come a long way. And we're also going to be returning. So pray for safe travels. So I just want you all to absorb all the good energy. We've been here for 3 days. It's been so valuable. All right? So now you can open your eyes. Just say a big thank you in your heart, because this is truly, truly a blessing that we all are here together. And I also want you to do this with your hands. Just start rubbing your hands really, really fast. This is for a lot of energy. It's good for you without the clapping. Okay, so just keep rubbing, faster, 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 faster. Create energy, okay? And then put it on your face. Like this. And then just spread that energy around your body. Feels good? Okay, so would you like to get up one more time for me? Yes? Come on, let's end on a high energy note. Okay, so everybody, you know what to do. Give yourselves a round of applause. You've been such a fantastic audience. I'm so grateful for all of you. Thank you so much. You truly are amazing. And that, ladies and gentlemen, is the official closure of business at Bob World Digital Conclave 2022. It's been a wonderful, you may sit. Thank you, you may be seated unless you want to continue standing. So thank you so much. It's been a wonderful 3 days. And as the host of this historic event, I shall indeed be taking some really special memories back with me, because it was such a wonderful time spent here at Novotel with all of you lovely people. I just want to give you information for those of you who need to take the shuttle back to the airport. There are timings. Please make note of the timings depending on your flights. 3:30 p.m., 4:15 p.m., 5 p.m., and 6 p.m., okay? So the shuttle will be from here. And you can also have a quick stop to pick up your luggage from Radisson. So you decide which shuttle you need according to your flights. All right, so I wish you all a very safe and pleasant journey back home, whichever part of the country you all are from. And of course, you can enjoy one last shot at networking and the gracious hospitality of Bank of Baroda over a scrumptious buffet lunchtime. My name is Christine Zedek. I've been your host for the past 3 days. You may clap for me. I would love that. And I'm going to be clapping for you as well. So thank you for being such a wonderful audience. Have a safe trip. And you may follow me on my social media at Christine Zedek, Kristine Zedek. See you soon. Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen. Can you all please clap for yourselves one last time? Come on. Arey yaar. Come on. One last time. Thank you. Thank you so much. Bye-bye.